competitive environment, and continuously moving to create a conservation campus. Futsal International Sports Arena, Container Students Dormitory, Sports Center, Language Center, Geraha Unesa, Student Activity Center, Jogging Track, Equestrian Field, International Basketball Arena, Student Activity Units, Art Development.
Recording in progress.
Character and personality building.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you.
Good morning, and we are delighted to welcome you to the 6th International Conference on Education Innovation 2022, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Indonesia.
Selamat pagi, kami sangat senang menyambut Anda dalam the 6th International Conference on Education Innovation 2022, Universitas Negeri Surabaya.
I'm Fania Ardelia from Department of Psychology.
I'm Asar from the Special Education Department, will be the MC for today's conference.
Before we proceed to the program today, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to Excellency the Rector of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Professor Dr. Nur Hasan MKes.
Excellency, the Dean of Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Dr. Muhammad Nur Salim MSI.
Excellency Dr. Ethel Agnes P. Valenzuela as our conference co-host and Director of CMEO Secretariat.
Excellency Richard A. Verdick, PhD, MPH, MA, as the keynote speaker and the Summit Professor of Learning Technologies, Educational Technology, Research Center for Educational Technology, Kent State University.
Excellency Prof. Puksin Han, PhD, as the keynote speaker and professor in Institute of Psychology, Chinese Academy of Sciences, China.
Excellency Professor Dr. Susan Lecher as the keynote speaker and professor in the University of Newcastle, Australia.
The Honorable Excellency Professor Dr. Mustaji MPD as the keynote speaker and the professor in Curriculum and Educational Technology, Universitas Negeri Surabaya.
The Honorable Wulan Patria Saroinsong, PhD, as the chairperson of the 6EJ 2022.
The Honorable Siti Ina Safira, M.Ed.CP, as the moderator and the lecturer at Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Surabaya.
The Honorable Neni Mariana, PhD, as the moderator and the lecturer at the Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Surabaya.
And our colleagues from CMEO, King Mongkut's University of Technology, North Bangkok, and Baikal State College of Applied Sciences and Technology.
And also our sponsor, Bank Jawa Timur, Region Surabaya. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the 6th International Conference on Education Innovation 2022, or ICEI 2022, is an interdisciplinary platform for teachers, researchers, practitioners, and academicians to present and discuss the latest research findings as well as practical challenges and solutions adopted in the fields of education. The conference will provide unlimited opportunities to interact with prominent key persons in the field and greatly expand on your global network of scholars and professionals.
This meeting will provide you plenty of opportunities to listen and gain insightful information from the speakers about education innovation. For your information, the theme of this year's conference is Inspiring Global Collaboration for Future Innovation and Resilience in Facing Education Challenge During Pandemic. The global pandemic challenge have made most educators learn that resiliency is one of the key points to keep the optimism in managing and carrying out the teaching-learning process during the crisis. Still, we have more questions than answers. It is more important than ever to follow the developments closely in the coming period pay attention to critical concerns such as inequality, as well as to positive signs of transformation and innovation in education. For sure, this will be discussed in detail by our outstanding speakers. Therefore, please follow our event to the end.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we start our agenda, please allow us to read our conference rules today. First, participants should be joining the Zoom meeting in 15 minutes before the conference begins.
Second, participants are required to rename the Zoom account with format name_institution.
Third, participants should dress neatly and behave politely during the conference.
Fourth, participants are required to turn on the video camera and mute their microphone during the conference.
Fifth, participants are kindly requested to use virtual background sent by the committee.
Sixth, participants may ask questions in two ways. That are, if you would like to ask questions directly to the speaker, participants can use the raise hand feature and then they will be welcomed by the moderator. Second, or if you want to type your questions in the chat room, please use format name_institution_to whom the question is addressed_your question. Then the questions will be selected and read by the moderator.
7. The attendance link will be shared at the end of the conference.
8. Certificate is distributed to participants through email.
9. Participants can contact the person in charge if there are any obstacles during the conference.
The next agenda would be singing National Anthem, Indonesia Raya, and Universitas Negeri Surabaya Anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise.
Indonesia,
you. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is a report from the chairperson of the ICEI 2022. Therefore, we would like to invite Mrs. Wulan Patria Sarongsang PhD to provide us with a report. So Mrs. Wulan, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Asar and Nusania. So, good morning from Surabaya, Indonesia. The Honorable Rectors of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Vice Rectors, Deans and College, our co-host institution, KMUTN di Thailand, Discuss Philippines, and CMU Secretariat Bangkok. And especially for all the keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Mustaji MPD, Professor Dr. Han Kusin, Professor Susan Ledger, and Dr. Richard E. Fendi. Moreover, today we have the invited speakers, from Associate Professor Dr. Chetawit Tompi Patom, as an Associate Dean for Research and Innovation Promotion KMUTN di Thailand, and Dr. Badrus Soleh MA PhD from Educational and Cultural Attaché Indonesian Embassy in Riyadh. Dear guest presenters and participants of 6th International Conference on Education and Innovation 2022, I would like to extend my gratitude for all the co-hosting institutions, including KMUTN di Thailand, Discuss Philippines, and CMU Secretariat Bangkok, for accepting our invitation and working together to make this event a success. On this special occasion, let me provide you with a report on this event. In the 6th ICEI 2022, UNESA received 70 manuscripts from countries such as Indonesia, United States, China, Thailand, Philippines, Pakistan, Malaysia, Poland, and Finland, as well as 200 participants who register on our platform. And furthermore, our keynote speakers come from Indonesia, United States, China, and Australia, as well as the invited speaker from Thailand and Indonesian Embassy in Jeddah, Arabia. And for your information, our event is sponsored by West Java Bank and supported by Artificial Intelligence and Scientific Research. As a result, it is my pleasure to welcome all of you, both from overseas and from Indonesia, to the 6th International Conference on Education, ICEI 2022. Indeed, the epidemic times shown that we are stronger than we believe, and that we can recover faster and rise stronger, as the G20 program's hashtag suggests. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm Wulan Saroinsong. As a chairperson of 6th ICEI 2022, we are thankful to all organizing and scientific committee members who work hard to make this event a success, as well as to all institutions, sponsors, and participants for making this conference feasible and successful. And we wish you all have a pleasant time, and may we have a very successful conference. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mrs. Wulan Patria Saroinsang PhD, for the report.
Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the opening speech and remarks delivered by the Vice Rector of Academic Affairs of Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Bambang Yulianto, MPD.
International Giant Conference is our commitment to encourage academicians and faculty members to enhance innovation and collaboration through research. The International Giant Conference provides a space for scholars, researchers, and practitioners to share and exchange their novel insights and inspire new direction of research and application relevant with the post-pandemic situation. And also, it is expanding network among scholars and strengthening institutional academic collaboration. It is in line with universities' strategic plan that by 2025, we hope to be a recognized teaching university in the region. Welcome to State University of Surabaya, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, UNESA. We are committed to enhancing our academic contribution and collaboration to build sustainable development for our community and humanity. Thank you.
This International Conference on Education and Innovation is a conference held annually by the Faculty of Education of UNESA, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. This is to facilitate academics from all over Indonesia and discuss critical ideas related to the development of education both in Asia and the world. Underlying phenomena, events, data this year's ICEI theme is inspiring global collaboration for future innovation and resilience in facing education challenge during the pandemic. And the second reason for choosing this theme is because we are aware that globalization is a major issue in this era. Moreover, the world is being hit by the pandemic that causes significant change to occur in all aspects of life, including education.
ICEI 2022 actually is international conference. This conference is conducted regularly. It's like an annual event for the faculty of.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Bambang Yulianto, MPD, for the opening speech and remarks, and to Ms. Wulan Patria Saroinsong for the brief description on ICEI 2022.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is welcoming message from the Director of CMU Secretariat, Dr. Ethel Agnes P. Valenzuela.
The Honorable Professor Dr. H. Nur Hassan, MCAS, Rector of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Selamat pagi. On behalf of the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, it is my pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the 6th International Education Innovation Conference today. The CMU Secretariat is pleased to be invited by our partner, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, or UNESA, to take part in this conference as a supporting partner. CMU has long established strong partnership and cooperation with many higher education institutions in Southeast Asia, including UNESA. Over 5 years of partnership and collaboration with our CMU centers in Indonesia, joining us in CityVet and C-Teacher mobility programs. Undoubtedly, we can strengthen further collaboration with UNESA and stakeholders through MOU signing between CMU Secretariat and UNESA, which was finalized last year. Ladies and gentlemen, CMU is a regional intergovernmental organization which started in 1965 and continued on to promote cooperation in education, in science, and culture. Over the last 56 years, CMU maintains its work and aspirations for the development of human resources in our region through our CMU centers and different specializations in education, STEM, health, education, ICT, languages, tropical medicine, public health, food and nutrition, agriculture, biotechnology, culture and tradition that help in poverty alleviation and addressing concerns of climate change. For over 2 years of the pandemic, CBO has created unprecedented programs to address all the challenges of closure, lockdown, and more. We have witnessed that in all countries in our region, teachers and schools have gone through process of transformation themselves. From the traditional mode of teaching, they went into the digitalized online teaching and learning, integrating ICT and ensuring that students remain learning despite closures and lockdown. Realizing that the region has been affected by COVID-19 since March 2020, CMEO Secretariat and regional centers have addressed the gaps for learning and addressed all of the needs by ensuring that teachers are reached through our work and programs that will not be interrupted. In achieving the transformation and modernization of education, the 6th International Conference on Education Innovation is timely organized under the theme Inspiring Global Collaboration for Future Innovation and Resilience in Facing Educational Challenges during the pandemic. During this time, we, the educators, have faced many challenges, especially in addressing and maintaining quality of education for everyone. We have documented innovative practices across the region, and we need to emphasize this sort of sharing of experiences and information. This conference undoubtedly is interdisciplinary platform for teachers, researchers, practitioners, and we know that we can all share our research findings, our experiences, as well as share practical solutions for the challenges we have faced during the time of pandemic. We think that you have covered everything, the 13 areas of focus, to really make sure that we are transforming back better. May I express appreciation to all the distinguished keynote speakers from all over the world, including Australia, United States, China, Thailand, Indonesia, and more countries from our region. Thank you for your contribution and sharing your expertise and experiences to our participants. I sincerely hope that we will all continue to work together and to discuss solutions leveraging on the innovation we did over the last 2 years. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best for the 6th International Conference on Education Innovation. Terima kasih.
The Honorable Professor Dr. H. Nur Hassan and
Thank you, Dr. Edsel, for the messages. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have a video profiles from our partners. The first video is coming from the CMEO Secretariat.
$360 million people, 11 member countries, 9 associate member countries, and 7 affiliate members, 26 senior centers and networks. One senior secretariat, guided by the vision, and mission, and the CMEO 7 priority areas, working together to nurture human capacities and explore the people's fullest potential. We are the executive arm of the CMEO Council, bridging the CMEO centers and network with the highest policy-making body, the CMEO Council, and together we transform Southeast Asia through innovations in education, science, and culture for all learners.
And now, We have a profile video from the Bicol State College of Applied Science and Technology.
On October 19, 2012, under the sponsorship of the late 3rd District Representative of Camarines Sur, Luis R. Villafuerte Sr., President Benigno Ezequiel III signed Republic Act 10231, separating CSPC Naga campus and converting it into Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology, with its first president, Dr. Richard H. Cordial. The CSN CAN, BICA, CSPC Naga campus, and now BISCAS has survived for over 109 years as an institution of learning and served generations of Bicolanos. As BISCAS expands its programs, the college was successful at establishing the College of Arts and Sciences in the same year, with the institution's primary mission to provide advanced education and to contribute in the development and or further current knowledge in the different fields it offers, and ultimately to extend assistance to its immediate community. BISCAS established research, extension, production, and enterprise development. In 2014, with our incessant drive to build partnerships, the first international linkage was forged with GZ Nexus under the Integrated Resource Management, the Urban Nexus Project. In line with the institution's quality management system, the quality policy was institutionalized. One of the year's major highlights, the college took pride when Benevic Joyce J. Esguerra was recognized as the 8th national passer in the September 2014 ICEI licensure examination. In 2015, BISCAS was the lead agency of CHED-funded anti-poverty project for the marginalized sector of Camarines Sur under Accelerated and Sustainable Anti-Poverty Program. Our learning resource hub upgraded through the installation of Libro system. As we strengthen our technological systems, BISCAS moved forward with the assimilation of wireless connectivity through upgrading of wireless network infrastructure communication system. In this year, another Astean bagged a National Place Award when Jason R. Balbin ranked 6th in the September 2015 RME licensure examination. In 2016, Accrediting Agency of Chartered Colleges and Universities in the Philippines had certified the programs of this institution. Level 3 for Bachelor of Elementary Education and Bachelor of Secondary Education. Level 2 for BS in Electronics Engineering, BS in Electrical Engineering, BS in Mechanical Engineering, BS in Architecture, and BS in Industrial Technology. After the establishment of REPID, the institution had already produced its maiden issue of BISCAS Research Journal. It was in 2016 that inauguration of the Climate Change Resilient Pilot Housing took place. It was also the year pilot exposition of Proudly BISCAS at Trade and Techno Expo happened. This 2017, BISCAS opened 2 new programs under College of Engineering and Architecture and College of Trades and Technology. 2 new curricular programs opened were Bachelor in Engineering Technology and Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering. BISCAS again produced 3 placers in the different board examinations. Irish Maravilla, 3rd National Placer, April 2017, Electronics Technician. Eileen Valenzuela Carrillo, 5th National Placer, September 2017 Licensure Examination for Teachers. Larven Bernales, 8th National Placer, January 2017 Architecture Licensure Examination. BISCAS established Manufacturing and Fabrication Laboratory, ManFab Lab, for technology-based small and medium enterprises in Bicol region. On November 17, 2017, BISCAS successfully inaugurated the Manufacturing and Fabrication Laboratory with the biggest shop bought in the Philippines. The college remains steadfast in achieving its goal to upgrade its quality management system. In 2018, BISCAS proved that its quality management system is according to international quality standards. BISCAS got certified as ISO 9001-2015 Quality Management System by 2 Rain Lab. In this year, another 2 new curricular programs were opened: Bachelor of Science in Food Technology, Bachelor of Science in Entrepreneurship and Specialization in Food Management and Garments Technology. Significantly and remarkably, BISCAS produced the first national placer in September 2018 RME licensure examination. DJ D. Alvaro ranked 1st. In 2019, BISCAS signed a Memorandum of Understanding with King Mongkut's University of Technology, Thonburi, Thailand for the Student Exchange Program on Microarchitecture and Low-Cost Housing Program. After ranking first in September 2018 RME licensure examination, BJD Alvaro topped again the national examination, ranking as the 6th national placer in September 2019 REE licensure examination. Mary Grace Nazareno took the 4th national place in September 2019 RME licensure examination. With the aim to booster the culture of research and build a solid ground for linkage and partnership, BISCAS hosted the 4th National Research Conference on Art, Science, and Health, NRCASH. Gearing towards the vision of becoming the #1 innovative college for applied sciences and technology, BISCAS took the lead in providing innovations useful to the country, particularly in Bicol region. In this year, BISCAS delivered 3 innovations, giving the institution an aggregate of 9 patents with certificates of registrations from IFulfill. Given the travel restrictions and cognizant of the concept on home-based or campus-based internationalization, BISCAS innovated by collaborating and sustaining partnerships and implementing joint activities in 2020 through these virtual activities and projects. BISCAS conducted a virtual international research conference on technology, culture, and society. This activity resulted from BISCAS' linkage with International Cross-Cultural Exchange and Professional Development Thailand. BISCAS was chosen as one of 10 pilot projects in the country for Building Resilience Index, an online rating system that identifies, manages, and discloses risks for buildings. The Philippines joined the pilot test together with countries Fiji and Pacific Islands in the Caribbean. BISCAS is an academic institution and as a community surpassed the pandemic year 2020 with earnest perseverance and groundbreaking innovative strategies. Year 2021, just a year after the world witnessed the impact of the pandemic, BISCAS transitioned to its new leadership. In March 2021, we welcomed the second SUC President to Dr. Alex H. Navarroza. Through Dr. Navarroza's strong leadership, strategic preparations were undertaken to concretize plans through the conduct of the institutional strategic planning in May 2021. With the performance indicators set and key results areas in terms of the quality and relevance of instruction, BISCAS embraced the shift to flexible learning in the new normal to support and comply with SHED's policy. This accelerated the efforts of the institution to shift to online admission process last summer and this first semester of academic year 2021 to 2022. Likewise, BISCAS ensured that students and faculty were given remote access to academic resources through EBSCO Host and Turnitin. To strengthen BISCAS's faculty complement, the institution partnered with the Sorsogon State University and Camarines Sur Polytechnic Colleges for the hiring of adjunct faculty for academic year 2021 to 2022. BISCAS engaged with key regional line agencies to further strengthen its institutional capacities for universityhood. The Department of Trade and Industry turned over 1 million worth of equipment to add to the BISCAS Metro Naga food processing hub. SHED also approved the 17 million pesos BISCAS Smart Campus project to upgrade internet and computer laboratories, improve the campus area network, establish educational technology center, and learning management system. The Research, Extension, Production, and Enterprise Development Office of BISCAS launched the Southeast Asian Journal of Applied Sciences and Technology, formerly BISCAS Research Journal. Amidst the transition and rigorous efforts to scale up the capacities of the institution, BISCAS tirelessly worked to sustain our services to the community. BISCAS signed a Memorandum of Agreement with DOST to institutionalize engagements with the local government units and higher education institutions to implement the iStart program. To institutionalize another collaborative efforts with universities, BISCAS signed a Memorandum of Agreement with Miriam College and 5 universities to serve as consortium for entrepreneurship education and development in the Philippines. As part of BISCAS's commitment to share and transfer technology, the institution conducted a training on climate change, resilient pilot housing, modular block system, and machine with ramp construction on March 17 to 18, 2021. As we keep navigating this very challenging time of the COVID-19 pandemic, BISCAS adopted alternative work arrangements through skeleton workforce and work from home scheme. For the third quarter of the year starting July until September, a series of milestones were achieved in high hopes of expediting the job of farmers. 7 electronics engineering graduates from BISCAS developed the electronic crop operating drone or eco-drone, which was featured in different media including GMA TV7. Indeed, another Tatak Asteyan. In terms of research and development, BISCAS sealed its commitment with the Camarines Sur Polytechnic Colleges to jointly implement the academic and research program through a Memorandum of Understanding. BISCAS President Dr. Alex H. Navarroza and CSPC President Dr. Charlito P. Cadag signed the Memorandum of Understanding on July 22, 2021. On July 22, 2021, BISCAS inked its 5-year commitment with the Camarines Sur Provincial Explosive Ordnance Disposal and Canine Unit to develop low-cost explosive ordnance disposal robot. BISCAS now officially serves as the first host institution of the Consortium of Entrepreneurship Education for Development Philippines. CPH primarily aims to steer the growth of entrepreneurial education in the Philippines. BISCAS has proven once again how the institution nurtures innovators. The BISCAS community became very proud of Ms. Gladys A. Bajaro's journey as Assistant Project Manager in the development and implementation of operational activities of Maya 3 and Maya 4 Cube satellites. Truly an Asteyan pride, Tatak Asteyan. Another significant contribution to the quality of instruction of BISCAS, Architect Aliana Maria Tricia de Villa placed 5th among the examinees who garnered the 10 highest places in the Architect Licensure Examination held on August 27 and 29, 2021. Moreover, 11 more BISCAS alumni successfully passed the said exam, reinforcing seamless convergence for the better normal. BISCAS entered into a joint undertaking through a Memorandum of Understanding with its partner agencies to significantly contribute in achieving the goal of establishing a collaborative network or bridge between the government, academe, and industry for the advancement of micro, small, and medium enterprises. BISCAS became an academic partner of Designing Resilience in Asia in March 2021. BISCAS architecture student joins RIA 2021 Design Competition in July 2021. BISCAS's local academic partner conducts webinar and virtual site visit together with KMUT, RIA 2021 competition host, and Naga City as local partner. RIA competition theme 2021, Adaptive Urbanization Regenerative Landscape. The competition site was in Naga City. Several months after Dr. Navarroza's appointment as president, the bill converting BISCAS to CUTEC was signed into law, officially renaming the institution as Southeast Asian University of Technology. We have been preparing for this transition, and we are fully aware of the work and strategic measures to undertake. Through the direction of the Board of Trustees, the visionary and innovative leadership of Dr. Navarroza, and the support of faculty, staff, and students, the institution is looking forward to CHED's confirmation of university status so we can all finally claim the name and be known as Southeast Asian University of Technology, CUTEC.
Thank you to our collaborators, CMU Secretariat and BISCAS. Ladies and gentlemen, especially the participants, we would like to remind you that we have provided you with the attendance links on the chat box. So once again, please do not forget to fill in the attendance links on the chat box.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we will hold a photo session. To keynote speakers, the invited speakers, the dean, as well as participants are welcome to take a position. We are inviting you to open your camera because we will take the picture for documentation. Okay, we will take the picture for the first slide in 3, 2, 1. The next slide, please be ready. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. And the next slide. Okay. Okay, we already have your picture here for documentation. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are continuing our meeting to the next agenda, which is the plenary session. This plenary session will be led by our moderator, Mrs. Siti Ina Safira, MED CP. She is a lecturer at the Psychology Department, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, with immense international experiences. Without waiting further, Mrs. Siti Ina Safira, MED CP, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. Selamat pagi, good morning from Surabaya. Welcome to the plenary session of the 6th ICEI 2022 held by Universitas Negeri Surabaya. It is almost hard to believe that this conference has consecutively 6 years now. I couldn't be prouder to still be part of this beautiful tradition held by Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Ladies and gentlemen, just a brief introduction from me. My name is Ina. I'm a lecturer of psychology in Universitas Negeri Surabaya. I'm honored to bring you the first session of our plenary session today. I would also like to send a warm welcome to all our audiences from around the globe. We have audiences from the United States of America, Australia, Malaysia, China, Philippines, and many more. I hope that you will get the best experience from this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, on this session we will have some prominent speakers from United States of America, from Kent State University, and also from China. I will further introduce them to you later. Before I further introduce our speakers, I would like to explain how the session will be managed. Each of the presenters will have around 30 minutes to send their materials, and by the end of the allocated time of our second presenter, we will have the Q&A session. And I may have to remind you that we will have such a limited time for the Q&A, so I would suggest you to prepare your best question so that you can make sure that the speakers will be able to address your question. You will be invited to use the raise hand feature on your screen, or you can also use the chat box and you can write your question on the chat box. And please start your question with your name and institution, and also mention which speaker you're addressing your question to. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join me to give a warm welcome to our first speaker for today, with Professor Richard Verdick from Kent State University. Professor Richard Verdick.
Good morning.
Hi.
My name is My name is Dr. Rick Fertig. I'm the Summit Professor of Learning Technologies and Professor of Educational Technology at Kent State. My contact information is available on the screen. I was so pleased to be invited to share some time with you today. At Kent State, I study and teach about innovative technologies like virtual reality,
Professor,
augmented reality. Go ahead.
Fertig, yeah. Just let me have a short introduction to you before you start.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So excited. Well, I know that it's quite late there, isn't it? So it's a good evening.
I was just excited to jump right in.
Love that spirit, yes. So we're just going to show a brief summary of your CV, because your CV obviously is quite long and you have a lot of experiences. And ladies and gentlemen, of course, it's very lucky for us to have, can I call you Rick? To have Rick here to share his expertise. So Professor Richard E. Fertig, PhD and PhMA, is a Summit Professor of Learning Technologies and Professor of Educational Technology, Research Center for Educational Technology, School of Teaching, Learning and Curriculum Studies, Kent State University. So literally from the other side of Indonesia, the other side of this world. Have more than 30 honors and awards, 300 publications, and have past and present membership and affiliations in American Educational Research Association, AERA, Association for the Advancement of Computing in Education, AACE, Kappa Delta Pi, National Honor Society, International Association of K-12 Online Learning, Michigan Association of Computer-Related Technology Users in Learning, National Reading Conference, Phi Kappa Phi National Honor Society, Sociocultural Research Group Society for Information Technology and Teacher Education, and other professional experiences. That is such an outstanding CV, so it's very honored to have you here and share your expertise. Thank you so much for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado now, let's hear it from Rick, the expert himself. Rick, time is yours. I think you're still muted.
Thank you so much. And like I said, feel free to call me Rick. I'm only called Richard when I'm in trouble. So it's nice to spend time with you today. So my name is Dr. Rick Fertig. I'm the Summit Professor of Learning Technologies and Professor of Educational Technology at Kent State. My contact information is available on the screen, and I'm so pleased to be invited to spend time with you today. At Kent State, I study and teach about innovative technologies like virtual reality, augmented reality, and gaming. But given the focus of the conference today, I wanted to spend some time with you talking about my favorite topic, which is online and blended instruction. I'm going to be sharing with you 12 lessons related to teaching with technology. These materials come from books that I've recently written or edited. But if that sounds like a sales pitch, know that almost everything I release is open access and freely available online to download. The 12 lessons I'll discuss mainly come from a collection of chapters we published on lessons learned during the pandemic. In short, we sought to determine why and how certain instructors succeeded and others did not. These lessons I will present will be from the research that emerged from the pandemic, but we found them to hold true whether you're teaching online, face-to-face, or in blended settings. So I hope you'll find these lessons meaningful for your current and future practice. So let's jump right in. Lesson 1 is actually about providing access to materials. So when we teach in traditional format, particularly that if format is face-to-face, we often spend time lecturing and delivering content to students. The students then leave and go home to try out their new learnings. We grade their homework or test them when they return. And the problem is that they may be at home doing their homework wrong or reinforcing wrong beliefs. So an alternative approach called the flip model, something that many of you tried or were forced to try during the pandemic. In this model, the homework that students have is to learn the content prior to coming to class, most often through video-based instruction. And then when they come to class, the activities are set up to help them apply what they've learned. The beauty of this is instructors can immediately diagnose and correct student learning. So here's another example that shows something similar where they access content prior to class, they practice during class, and then they get more practice or more content after class. Now this may sound like it would only apply to face-to-face instruction or maybe even blended instruction. Well, both are true, but in our research during the pandemic and afterwards, we actually find out that this applies also when you're teaching online. It just happens to be in the context of whether we do synchronous or asynchronous instruction. And I know we're still on lesson 1, but this really could be its own separate lesson. The reality is that quality online and blended instruction does not equal 100% synchronous instruction. And during the pandemic, there were classes that were meeting for 6 to 8 hours a day via Zoom. And if you think I'm referring to college classes, I'm not. I'm referring, at least in the US, to kindergarten classrooms. So imagine 5-year-olds being asked to sit in front of a computer for 6 to 8 hours a day listening to the teacher lecture. I mean, I can't even sit for 15 minutes, let alone having a 5-year-old sit for 8 hours. So research has shown us that there's a time and place for synchronous instruction, and I'm not trying to doubt that. There's a time and a place for it. Where synchronous refers to live presentations, chats, quizzes, etc. But there's also a time and a place for asynchronous instruction, and that includes providing access to pre-recorded videos, doing activities, chat rooms, etc. Asynchronous brings flexibility and gives time for students to reflect. However, faculty have to work hard to make sure that students feel connected. Synchronous instruction allows time for learning, and faculty can adjust to student needs immediately. However, this can negatively impact access for students, and long synchronous or asynchronous calls can often wear on learners. In short, there's not necessarily a right or wrong answer about asynchronous or synchronous, but a blending of approaches from the research we found, particularly when materials are provided ahead of time, can benefit both faculty and students. So I mentioned that there was a lesson in me providing the materials to you all for free and online, and there's a second lesson that comes from that, and that's providing materials to address equity. And equity here is just a big fancy term for who has access to what you're trying to teach. So the pandemic meant that many students, particularly low-income students, could no longer get access to education, and there are a few key reasons why this happened. First, teachers going online often required students to have access to expensive software or even to costly reading materials. Second, they required long hours of synchronous calls, and I know we talked about that already, but internet access was difficult for many students, particularly if it required high bandwidth. And third, they required access to technologies that would not run on anything less than high-end machines. So I suppose the simple takeaway, or the flip way to ask that question, is, well, what did successful teachers do? And successful teachers were ones that provided access to open access materials, what we often refer to as open education resources, or OER. Second, they were ones that provided synchronous use only when necessary. Synchronous discussion is expensive, and I don't just mean financially. I mean it requires everyone to be online at the same time, which can impact those who have special needs or who have low technology use. And finally, successful teachers during the pandemic and beyond were those who considered the end technology requirements when using new technologies. Now, as you've already seen, this presentation is divided into 12 lessons, and this division into lessons is actually my third lesson for teaching and learning online. And actually what I want to do is I actually want to start with a question for you, and my question is how long is the average adult attention span? And I'm asking that kind of rhetorically, but I'm also not asking that rhetorically. So what I'd like you to do is I'm going to put a link in the chat, and I'd like you to actually go to that link. And this is in Padlet, and I don't know if you've ever been familiar, if you're familiar with Padlet or if you've used Padlet. But what you'll see in the lower right corner is you can double click anywhere on the blackboard, or you can hit the plus sign in the lower right. You have the ability to add links or photos, but you can also simply type in the subject line, the answer to your question. And I'll go ahead and give you a minute or two to type in your answer. Again, use the QR code or use the bit.ly link, and see how long you think the average adult attention span is. How long is the average adult attention span? And I'm already starting to get some answers. All right. Just give you another couple seconds to enter your responses. Good. All right, well, the good news is, and you can keep entering your answers if you like, but the good news is that most of you are smarter than the researchers, which is a good thing. So all these varied answers actually mirror what we know or what we think we know from the research. Lots of people say that we lose attention anywhere between 20 and 30 minutes. Some people say that we can last as long as 45 minutes. Most of that's, interestingly enough, based off research that happened in the late 60s and 70s. Research also shows that if you're working with students under 18, it's even in smaller amounts. But regardless of whether it's 20 minutes or 40 minutes, 45 minutes, how well do you think students are going to listen to a 3-hour synchronous lecture? It may not be that they don't want to listen to you. It may be that we're just not built to have that long of an attention span. Now, some of you may have heard that with digital technologies, those tools even further reduce our attention span. And I don't know if you saw this recently, research that came out from Microsoft and their advertising group. They tried to show us that in marketing, our attention span has been reduced over the years from 12 seconds down to 8 seconds, particularly for high technology users. So regardless of whether it's 45 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, as some of you suggested, or even 8 seconds, we tend to lose our attention pretty quick. Perhaps maybe some of the most interesting and most quantitatively based research has resulted in what's known as the 10-minute rule. Medina, in a discussion on brain rules, has suggested that subjects tend to lose attention in about 10 minutes. So am I suggesting that you have to teach everything in 10 minutes? No, absolutely not. But what I'm suggesting and what we found from the research is that successful teachers during the pandemic, particularly making the transition to online or blended instruction, were those that actually broke their material down into chunks or segments that were consumable by their listeners. So for instance, in this presentation, rather than just talking about one lesson for 30 minutes, we're changing the lesson every few minutes to try to keep your attention. Lesson 4, successful instructors were ones who focused on the importance of interaction and interactivity. And this interactivity can be between the student and the instructor, the students themselves, or even the students and the content. And there are countless tools that can be used to promote interactivity. I don't typically spend a lot of time in my presentations talking about specific tools. There's a number of reasons why. I don't know what you have access to. You might think that I'm promoting a specific tool if I talk about a tool. And research has shown us that instructors are most successful when they find a few tools that are specific to their context and that they're comfortable using. Having said that, I do want to give you a couple examples. So Padlet, the one that we just used for lesson 3, is a great example because it can be used synchronously. As you saw, I was able to poll you in the middle of the presentation to try to build some of that interactivity. But the beauty is it can also be used asynchronously. In other words, you can post something and then give students days or even weeks to respond. And I just had you post text, but you can have students post all kinds of media, including videos and presentations for people to respond to. Another great example is Mentimeter. And what I like about Mentimeter is that it provides output in various formats. So for instance, you can see scales like the one in the upper right from strongly agree to strongly disagree. You can also create word clouds based on responses. In short, there's a number of great tools that you can use to make synchronous or even asynchronous presentations more engaging, which helps with the 45-minute rule or with the 10-minute attention span rule. Lesson 5 shows us, and by the way, I know with the limited time I'm kind of flying through these 12, but I'll be happy to answer questions in our chat or in our discussion later. So lesson 5 shows us that successful instructors were those that either had or were willing to seek professional development. Now I know that their institution played a big role in getting that professional development, but it took a bit of humility for the instructors to recognize that they needed that help. So when those teachers sought professional development, I think what they quickly learned was that moving online was not as difficult as they thought. So we call this the 80-20 rule. If you look at the last 25 years of research, you could argue that 80% of what a faculty member did happened kind of regardless of what medium they used. In other words, 80% was similar whether they were teaching face-to-face or they were teaching in an online or blended setting. So let me give you an example. So regardless of, if you're teaching online, blended, or face-to-face, you have to address communication issues, pedagogy issues, issues related to course management. And that's really what we call the 80%. Now, I'm not suggesting that this is easy, because if it was easy, everyone would have succeeded. And what we know from the pandemic research is not everyone did succeed. There are obviously skill sets, what we would call the 20%, that are different. For instance, in teaching online, there's nuances to the medium of delivery. But the point is that once instructors received that PD, they realized that it wasn't as overwhelming as they thought, that they thought that they were having to relearn teaching all over again, and that simply wasn't the case. Now, it's worth noting here that many people assume professional development means a formal setting. Formal professional development is important, but it's not the only approach to instructor learning. As a matter of fact, the research from the pandemic showed that useful PD included learning that was differentiated, sustained. It occurred multiple times. It was integrated with the curriculum. It provided opportunities for practice, and it was based, and this is the big one, it was based in a community of learners. In other words, and here we are with lesson 6, successful teachers during the pandemic were those that were connected. A community of learners is important because if you study the dissemination or transmission of ideas, you'll often find this happens best between colleagues. One instructor learns of a new idea or a new piece of software, and then they get a chance to teach someone else. Now, successful online instructors, they weren't just connected to one or two of their close peers, they were actually connected to a wide array of people and tools beyond their immediate context. For instance, a connected teacher might use social networking, might attend conferences like this one, they might be subscribed to journals. The question for you as instructors is, how prepared are you to learn? How prepared are you to become connected so that you constantly get access to new ideas and new technologies? And then I think also as important is, how willing are you to model that connectedness for your students? Now, while we're on the subject of students, let's talk about one of the things that kind of frustrated me in the pop press, particularly when it came to the pandemic. I always hear people use words like digital natives or digital immigrants. And for those of you who don't know, it gets attributed to a lot of people, most often Mark Prensky. I really like Mark Prensky's work and some of the work that he did in promoting gaming. But, the terms basically mean that newer generations are more comfortable with technology than older generations. And I don't like to call myself old, but older generations like us faculty. Well, the reality is, or the problem with that concept is, while newer generations may know how to use things like Instagram or TikTok, it doesn't mean they know how to use these innovative technologies for teaching and learning. For instance, one recent study showed that while 83% of millennials sleep with their smartphone, more than 58% of them have poor problem-solving skills when it comes to technology. So successful faculty now and during the pandemic are and were those who recognize that students need orientation and training as much as faculty do. This can be as simple as showing them how to use the learning management system or engaging them with how to use new tools they introduce. So, the point was, just because someone knows how to use a technology, it doesn't mean they know how to use a technology to help themselves learn. Lesson 8 is one of my favorites. We always knew that student attitude directly impacts things like motivation and willingness to learn. But during the pandemic, we actually found out a lot about teacher attitude. For instance, we learned that while 91% of teachers do not regret becoming an educator, only 26% felt valued by society. And I don't know if this happened in your part of the world, but in our part of the world over in the US, it led to tremendous dropout of instructors at all levels of education. What I don't think maybe realized was that these attitudes also translated directly into teaching practice. So teachers would say something like, they'd say this to their students, "I'm so sorry we have to go through this. We don't have a choice. I know that remote learning is just horrible, but we're going to have to try to find a way to make it through. Once we have a cure or a vaccine, we can go back to normal. We can just put this all behind us." Well, guess what happened to their students? Well, the equation was pretty simple. A poor attitude combined with an unsettled student led to negative outcomes. And negative here could be measured by things like grades or test scores or the number of student dropouts or negative emotions leading to other mental or behavioral problems. Now consider a positive attitude with an unsettled student. Well, in those situations, it actually led to positive outcomes measured by some of those similar factors. What does a positive attitude look like? It wasn't fake. It just meant that faculty told students they were going to learn in a new and different, and in some cases exciting way that was going to have, maybe some rough patches, but overall it was going to be a good experience. And notice that I put unsettled teacher next to the word student. That's because, to go back to our conversation about connected learning, one of our lessons, you have the ability to positively influence those around you, and which in turn can lead to an overall positive approach for a department or a school or a university. And again, that's what we saw during the pandemic and post-pandemic, is success breeded success in schools and in departments. Lesson 9 is about setting up patterns of success. So we all know that the pandemic had a negative impact on many aspects of life, including the mental well-being and health of students. We don't know the long-lasting impact of this. It's obviously something that we're going to have to deal with long-term. What I want you to pay attention to, though, is the classroom management puzzle. And again, this puzzle that you see comes from years of educational and academic research. We know that one of the central components to managing instruction is consistency. That in and of itself could be a good lesson for the successful instructor. But guess what happened during the pandemic? And I want you to keep your eye on the idea of the consistency. Well, predictability, which is another word for consistency, the kind of core of that picture, became one of the most important priorities for instructors of students of all ages. Why? Well, because sometimes the only consistent thing students had or have in their lives is their instructor, is their teacher. So when successful faculty designed their instruction, they were successful in building patterns of consistency. That way, students began to feel comfortable in how they taught. Now, it doesn't mean that that you always have to teach the same thing or always have to use the same tool, but successful faculty were ones who attempted to guide students in similar ways so that students could predict in order to be successful. Tied to some of the emotional and mental health and wellness is empathy. So empathy is broadly defined in the dictionary as the ability to identify with or understand another one's situation or feelings. It may not surprise you to learn that researchers have begun to understand that teachers who are empathic, in other words, teachers who show empathy, actually have better student learning outcomes in classes. Teacher educators are beginning to find new ways to measure or assess the empathy of future teachers. Such empathy is not just for online instruction, but it could positively impact teaching and learning writ large. Well, again, researchers during the pandemic and post-pandemic had begun to study digital empathy, labeling virtual empathy as a digital competence. So employers who are looking for what we call hard skills, for instance, knowing how to do the technical skills of a job, are now actually also looking for soft skills like being a good team player, knowing how to connect with others, and guess what? The ability to show empathy both digitally and in person. Unfortunately, the results of one study showed that only 10% of teachers studied had virtual empathy. Notice in the lesson title here, this isn't only about modeling empathy, it's also about teaching empathy to your students. Now, I understand that what empathy looks like in your field, whatever you teach, might look different. One fun way I've seen how to model empathy is actually a face chart. You don't have to do this publicly. You can put this in one of the survey tools that I showed you, the Mentimeter or the Padlet, where students upon entering a class can privately click on the face that shows their feelings for that day. It allows an instructor to quickly recognize and respond to student needs. For the record, when I introduce this lesson to faculty or to teachers, they often get nervous and they assume that I'm trying to turn them into mental health counselors. You don't have to be a mental health counselor, but this small step can actually help you better connect with students. And if you have a student that needs help, you can connect them to someone that can help them, like a school counselor. Lesson 11 is about instructional design. Successful instructors during the pandemic return to instructional design, or an ID. Now, ID can be broadly defined, but at least according to the ATD, instructional design is the creation of learning experiences and materials in a manner that results in the acquisition and application of knowledge and skills. All right, let me try to explain that. So back in the day, instructors would create a lesson plan. This lesson plan would define the objectives to be covered and the resources and materials to be used, the assessment to test learning objectives, and other tasks that were required. This lesson plan helped them organize their instruction. And in many cases, it was required for first-year teachers that they fill out a lesson plan for all of their classes. We don't see it as much anymore. This lesson plan, if followed according to quality instructional design materials or methods, would often follow one of several models. Some of the most prevalent are ADDIE or Bloom's taxonomy or Kirkpatrick's level of evaluation. When preparing instruction, teachers would, at least with the ADDIE model, analyze student needs, design and develop curricular responses to those needs, and then implement and evaluate the outcomes, and then again, repeat this cycle. Well, if it sounds complex, and it is indeed complex, instructional design is actually an entire job or field of its own. But the point is that the design of curriculum isn't haphazard. There's a process to it. Unfortunately, as time progressed, people have forgotten how to design their instruction. And as a result, when the pandemic hit, many faculty were unprepared when they went online. The good news is that moving blended or online actually helped a lot of faculty, re-taught them about the importance of instructional design. For instance, look at this simple example from a digital photography class that I teach. Notice how I had to divide my content for week one and be able to consider the resources that I needed to be successful in the class. In this case, at least on page one of this instructional design model, I knew that I was going to need 2 recorded presentations in one activity. So this willingness to go back and design my instruction allowed me to consider what I was teaching, why I was teaching it, and what objectives needed to be covered. Research showed during the pandemic that faculty who were willing to do this, or institutions that were willing to teach faculty how to do instructional design, had happier and more successful students. And again, this went across not just online and blended, but also when faculty came back to face-to-face instruction. And I know that I'm running out of time, so my final lesson today is about who controls the technology. And I said before I had favorite lessons, but I think this is one of the most important ones, particularly when it comes to teaching with technology. So something very interesting happens whenever we implement new tools. We as faculty tend to consider how we as instructors can use the tools to disseminate or deliver information to students. When we hear about innovations, we think about how it will impact our teaching, but not necessarily how it will impact their learning. So here's an example from videography. So research has provided evidence that video-based instruction can be used to promote reflection, give students access to environments that can be too dangerous or too expensive to explore in real life. It also can give them extra practice they can return to as many times as they need. In such cases, this is typically what you see though. You have a videographer recording a classroom. We see the world through the eyes of the instructor. So what would happen if we actually gave students the technology? Now, I understand, here's 2 images of arguably an older technology, right, a video camera. But what's cool is it's in the hands of children or students. And by the way, the one on the left made headlines a little while ago because the young girl who was a daughter of the videographer was actually using a piece of equipment that was worth about $75,000 US. But what would happen if we actually gave them access to the technology? So in a book titled Points of View in Children's Thinking, Ricky Goldman actually did that. She gave cameras to students and let them record. And she found out that she was better able to observe student learning by watching what they recorded. She and others after her found that students often had to learn the content in order to record what they wanted to capture on video. So when we envision new technologies, we have to consider not just how we use it to deliver content, but also how students can use it to become masters of their own learning. And as successful faculty during the pandemic learned, when they learned a new technology, it was okay to use that to deliver content, but they had much more success when they actually put it in the hands of students to be able to learn their own content. So here's another example from gaming, one of my fun things to study. When we think about games, particularly electronic ones, we think about education or commercial games in the classroom. So here's some popular ones like Math Blaster, Oregon Trail, or even Civilizations, used to teach things like history, math, geography, political science. I've even seen faculty pair students up to play games like League of Legends to build a sense of belonging and togetherness. And for those of you who are interested, studies are still underway, but the hope is to be able to use games like this to reduce dropout in online or blended classes because it builds a new sense of shared community. Anyway, let's return to this lesson. I'm not saying it's wrong to use educational or commercial games to help students learn. What I'm saying, though, is we can't forget about production. There are free game production tools out there that range in experience from the complete novice, things like Scratch Junior that we use all the way from elementary students to college students who have no programming experience, or things like Unity for those who do have more programming experience. And there's things in between like Godot, which is free to produce and release games. My point with this final lesson is, as we did the research and looked at these successful teachers, both again during the pandemic and afterwards, it was those that when they heard about a new technology, they were ones that put the tools in the hands of the learners rather than solely using them for the dissemination of information. So with that, in the 12th lesson, I will stop, and I know it's not really time for questions. I know we're going to come back for time for questions, but thank you for your attention.
Yes, thank you so much, Rick. That was a brilliant presentation. The 12 lessons is very straightforward, so just you obviously have summarized them pretty well. And I think I just want to make a bit of points there. Oh, obviously, all the 12 lessons are relevant, but I was particularly interested in some of the points like equity. I think that's something that's also relevant. It's really how technology cannot be fairly distributed across the countries that affects the quality of the distance learning. And then interactivity, that's also one of the challenges in using the distance learning, because some of the students feel alienated in there. It's difficult for them to interact to one another, and that also been the challenge in online learning. I'm particularly interested on the last lesson to give children technology so they can use it with their own perspective and experience. I think that's also related to what you earlier mentioned about, we see them as digital native. We forget that they're unable to use that technology to solve problems. So I think that final point that you mentioned is probably the way that we can teach them how to use technology and to solve problem. So I think that's my just a quick summary, and we will have more time later after our second speakers on the Q&A session. So thank you so much, Rick. That was very interesting presentation. I'll see you again later. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, of course we have another speaker, Professor Han Puk-sin from the Academy of Science from China. I would like to welcome Professor Puk-sin Han from China to join me on this session. And just a quick reminder for the audience, if you have a question for Rick, you can type your question on the chat box, or you can wait until the Q&A session where I will give opportunity to send a direct question to the speakers. Professor Han Puk-sin, before we start, I would like to give a brief introduction for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, our committee will show a brief summary of your CV. So, Professor Han Puk-sin is the professor from the Institute of Psychology, Chinese Academy of Science, Beijing, China, joining us straight from China. And he will be presenting his material about housework and integrate health of children. I'm sure it will be a brilliant presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, prepare your notes.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. I'm very happy to be invited again on this conference, and also to see old friends and new friends online. COVID-19 blocked many activities, but it increased opportunities for us to meet online quite a lot. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts with colleagues in Indonesia and other nations. Professor Benedict had indicated the side effect both positive and negative effect for technical productions for kids. This reminds us that marketing, factory, advances of science and technology has both benefits and hurts for our daily life, especially for the kids. Parents, I suppose it's similar in China, Indonesia. Parents are struggling with those electronic products on a daily basis. For example, online teaching is so popular nowadays because of the pandemic, while the screening addiction are getting more and more popular, especially for primary school students, middle school students. So rather than we say that it's a psychological issue, it's actually a social issue or societal issue. Parents and kids are always facing trade-off. They have to balance the positive and negative sides of science and technological advancement. But today, I would like to share with you the wisdom from traditional Chinese culture. Important, serious, severe reality for the housework. In ancient China, education takes about, basic education takes about 10 years. But those 10 years, kids pay attention on humanity, knowledge, ability, the reciting classics for about 5 years, then imitating in writing, especially poetry writing, for about 3 years, then they create their own works. But nowadays, in the past 100 years, because of the internationalization, modern science in teaching, in class teaching has dominated, while humanity, like language, poetry writing, has become more and more treasurable time. Almost less than 1 year. The 9 years spent for scientific knowledge, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and so on. So this reminds us one possibility why so many people get more and more mental disorders. Because of three reasons, at least in my mind. One is the scientific knowledge and technological advancement, which is focused on the control or power of control. It's good. All of us benefit from that advancement. But in the meantime, humanity, especially cultural tradition, has become more and more ignored, not only for kids, but also for the whole society in the formal educational system. I suppose this is not only in China, but also in Indonesia and other developing countries because of the globalization. Okay? We become not so self-belief about our own culture, Even psychology itself, as professional discipline, become more and more westernized or even weird. Okay, westernized, educated, industrialized, rich and democratic, right? I suppose Indonesia's situation more or less similar. Second reason is that human being as either individual and in group, ethnicities, nations, countries, we pay much more attention on the science and technology, but we pay less and less attention on human healthy development itself, okay? Especially the identity issue, because when we ignore our own culture, our identity becomes split, okay? This is, has been introduced or discussed in several books, like Crazy Like Us. If you're interested, you can see that. So psychology, or modern psychology, has become more and more imperialistic, okay? Which suppose humans around the globe are the same, which in the meantime ignore the importance of culture itself, which of course are not real. So today I want to share with you especially focus the family motto in traditional Chinese medicine, Chinese culture on housework, related with some investigation recently on the housework. China Youth Daily, this is a newspaper which is popular in China. They have a Center for Social Investigation. They, early this year, they interviewed more than 2,000 parents about their reality, about their the housework arrangement or assignment in family for their kids. And this is the number. 94% parents take over all housework. Even they know that 64% parents knowing that it will increase dependence of kids on parents while take away the opportunity of development, especially for problem solving. So this is quite, the sampling is quite representative. Less than one-third from capital cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Chongqing, and some provincial and capital city in province, and some from regional. Okay, so rather reality in China nowadays. I checked with some published articles in China, of course, and some in English, and found that there are stereotypes about housework in Chinese family, which even foreign colleagues like Theodore Walker think that in China kids are forbidden from the housework. This, of course, is not real. As we can see that from kids in kindergarten, primary school, middle school, still some kids are assigned housework, which of course much differ from 40 years ago when I was a kid, okay? Because the family become nuclear, only child policy, and also the schooling, the homework for schooling getting more and more heavy. So last year there was a published investigation which shows that in kindergarten kids, there's just 11 point kids say yes, they do housework. For everyday housework, only less than 9%. So this is means for kids in kindergarten, very few do housework. But for primary school, situation changed dramatically. More than 90% often doing housework. Okay, this is good. It means that the parents, it depends kids, children's age, and depends their time, and depends their intention. One investigation for middle school found that there's a difference compared with the three aspects: cognition, emotional experiences, and practice. There's also gender difference, where female, especially positive attitude, female students this should be more. Female positive attitudes less than male school students, okay? And high school students are less than primary middle school students. I suppose this is simply because the national examination for college, okay? Their schooling homework getting more and more heavier. To some extent it's even severe. But no difference between only child and not only child. This is regarding the housework and also these three aspects. Okay, but for college students, there's a long-term effect. Whether or not they have the housework in childhood, okay, especially survival capability. This giving idea about the general figure of housework in the different age, children of different age, and also situation in China. I suppose similar situation more or less in Indonesia. Of course, there's both positive and negative outcome for doing housework, especially in childhood, early childhood. They can improve the survival capability, as mentioned, because the problem-solving ability has been practiced. For planning and executive ability, for quality of life and personal existence, as helper to the family, not only to parents but also to siblings. Okay, and also self-management of daily life and integrity as a person, as a family member, which has good preparation for societal adaptation in the long run. Okay, societal rule always correlated with duty and responsibility, and vision and capability of take over the vision. Right? There's also functional stress relief to some extent in finishing the housework, in correlation with homework in a school or class-related homework. Okay. Of course, during the planning and executive of the housework, intergenerational communication, especially with parents, and also peer communication and cooperation is very important. Given that more than half family in China has only child, but still there are many, almost more than 45% family in China has more than one kid. Okay, nowadays. I suppose the situation in Indonesia is much better than China. You have more kids in each family. So peer communication and cooperation, as we all know, is an important factor in healthy development. Of course, there are some lifespan contribution for survival capability, self-management, and societal adaptation in the long run. The negative outcome for not doing housework, but doing housework, of course, this will take ability and time, but for not doing, there's so many negative outcome. We value life meaning and worldview. These three very important systems will depend on the housework to some extent, especially in childhood. Okay? And for psychological or mental health, sense of control, sense of belonging, and life meaning is especially important, as indicated by the psychological investigation in Chinese college students. In some key university like Peking University, almost 40% of first grade university students, they remained as a hollow heart, or they lost the value system to some extent, which is a big or severe problem for their college study. And in the long run, societal adaptation, the stress, in addition to their heavy study or class learning, they brought some social interaction problem, emotional reaction, and also less prepared for job market, okay, for years. Of course, integrity of self is so important, not only the ego-centered, societal-centered, natural-centered, or cosmos-centered, the four selves. Integrity is so important for everyone, but without housework, this will take a longer time for peace to become real. For both parents and children, housework will get rid of the learned helplessness. This is a phenomenon which can apply to our daily life in many ways. Given that it's not the original meaning from Professor Martin Seligman. So, trade-off in daily life regarding the housework has a long effect, current effect and long effect for the healthy development. Okay. In China, in Chinese culture, traditional culture, we pay a lot of attention on the housework for kids. For example, 朱熹, this is a sense, Confucius sense, who lived in about 900 years ago. He wrote a book for kids' education. And this book is very short, he divided 5 important aspects for kids in formal education, especially family education, as housework as one of these 5 key importance. Okay, it's 900 years. If you are familiar with Confucius tradition, there's many family mottos has been written. Almost all mottos, each family has focused on those housework. Okay? For example, Zheng Guofan is a famous general, provincial leader in Qing dynasty 200 years ago. He wrote many letters to his family member. Almost every letter, he mentioned those kind of housework, especially when he wrote to his siblings. Okay? He focused on 3 aspects for family value: diligent life, sincerity, and harmony, which of course are all important for healthy development. Okay. Just daily life from table cleaning, room management, gardening, and working farmland. Okay. All those kind of work I personally has experienced 40 years ago. I was grown up in countryside, and all kinds of housework has been experienced. Because I live in a big family, I have 7 siblings. Okay, really big family. So I still remember my parents assigned those kind of housework to every siblings every every 6 months. Okay, so this is my parents' wisdom. They teach each kid not only with housework but also the family motto. Similar cases holds in China for thousands of years. Okay, I mentioned several famous here. This is more than 1,000 years ago, almost 2,000 years ago. Okay, this is 1,000 years ago. This is about 400 years ago. Okay, I suppose in Indonesia we also have similar tradition, especially from Muslim tradition, Muslim culture. So family value was embedded in housework. This is a tradition. So we also have some housework, calligraphy, painting, silk cutting, and focus on this. This kind of mottos is written in calligraphy as not only artwork but also as priming at daily basis. Okay, priming what? Priming mind flow for kids, for family members. Okay, to produce positive emotion. Okay, even flourishing. So thank you very much. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival in China. I hope in China, even the pandemic, this is also a family reunion tradition, one of the most important festivals in the whole year. My best wishes to the colleagues, individual, and to your family. For the best wishes, regards, and also health, physically, mentally, and spiritually. We have the cakes like this in each family, today at least. Thank you very much. Questions, please.
Thank you, Professor Puxin Han from China. That was a very interesting presentation. This is you're discussing about how housework related to longer development for children. This is very interesting. I think we have probably similar problem as in China. The number was quite shocking that more than 90% of parents prefer to take over all of the housework and probably leaving children to probably focus on learning or anything. So that's a very interesting finding, and I hope that we can further discuss that on the Q&A session. Okay, so now we coming to the question and answer session. Professor Puxin Han and Rick, I hope you're standing by with me. We have one question at the chat box coming from Ms. Ratna Sari. So the question is for Rick. The question is, when online learning is synchronous via Zoom, some students frequently join late with excuse of poor connection. In addition, students frequently submit online assignments late. Meanwhile, one of the moral values that should be fostered in students is discipline. What do you consider instructor should do to address this issue? Thank you very much. I think you could just you could directly respond to that question, Rick.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to. I wish I had the perfect answer, because it's a question that a lot of people face during the pandemic. So there's not necessarily a perfect answer. So let me try to take some of these questions one by one. So the question of a poor connection, I think there's a bunch of equity and accessibility issues that we have to deal with. And so, I'm gonna, on one level, take it for face value that there really is an issue with a poor connection. And a lot of the cases where we saw, at least stateside, it was because there was an expectation that there was a synchronous need to that. There was also concerns with some kids were actually embarrassed about their home or about their home situation. Or even comparisons that would come out with some of their classmates. So there's a number of access and equity issues, which I think maybe tie in with some of those poor connections. The other thing is we had a lot of success with teachers who were using start of class activities that were engaging and fun. And so what would happen is students didn't want to miss. So everything ranging from, I know people get sick of Kahoot, but Kahoot games to other types of activities. They would gamify the classroom. And so students were anxious to get on. They would actually get on early so they could participate in the conversation and participate in class. So I think that there's a number of interesting and important things that instructors can do. But again, I would say one is you gotta make sure you're addressing the access and the equity issues, and two is you have to find a way to encourage students to come online. And once you do those things, again, and this isn't random advice. I think this is research has shown from the pandemic that these become ways for students to get involved. What I really like, and I won't keep going, but I'll just say one more quick thing is, a lot of people. We've seen a lot of teachers go, okay, the pandemic is over, now I don't have to worry about these things. And that disappoints me, because there's a lot of examples of teachers who learned from the pandemic and have now brought these things even back into their face-to-face classrooms. And so as start of work activity, the first 5 or 10 minutes in a class, even if it's a face-to-face class, they'll have activities for students to participate in. Some of their flipped classroom models, they will build upon some of the things they learned during the pandemic. So I know I didn't answer the other two questions, but I want to leave time for other questions. So what I would say is, feel free to reach out to me, and I'd be happy to have a conversation about the moral issues question, because I do think that's important, and also the discipline.
Yeah, well, thank you, Rick. I actually, this question kind of reminds me of something you mentioned on your presentation. Is about virtual empathy from the teachers. Well, could you give me an example of sort of behavior that might reflect the virtual empathy in teachers?
Yeah, and again, I think this ties into the equity and access issue as well. So, there's an expectation that a lot of teachers have that if a student was showing up for a face-to-face class, they would be on time, and so then they say, well, if they're online or if they're in a blended situation, that they would have the same expectation, and not necessarily understanding why a student wouldn't want to, turn their camera on, or why they might be late for a class. We had situations where students were going to McDonald's because they could get free Wi-Fi because they didn't have Wi-Fi at home, or they were sharing a room. Their parents had lost jobs, and so they were having to share rooms with, 3 or 4 siblings, and they were having to share a computer or share Wi-Fi. And I think when a teacher kind of has this expectation of, well, wait, I'm just expecting you to show up without this understanding that something else might be going on. Yeah. I think that's probably a good evidence of digital empathy or virtual empathy. Now, again, I always get the question, yeah, but couldn't students just simply be playing this off as a way to have an excuse? Yeah, I think there's always that option. But I think as you find ways to set your classroom up to be more involved and to get them excited about the showing up and being a part of it, that becomes less of an issue or concern.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you. So I think that's one of the things that, teachers probably worry that showing empathy and then students might take advantage of it. There's always some sort of dilemma. But I think you made quite a point there that there are a lot of things going on that we probably can understand from students. There's another question here coming to my phone. Rick, so I'm just going to read it to you. Could you please give us an insight related to the strategy to minimize the barrier between online and blended learning quality? And the second is there any tips to overcome student and teacher burnout during the gap of blended and online learning?
Yeah, so let me also go back to one other quick thing about a really cool and fun activity that I've seen, and I'm just going to share my screen just for a second. This is a really fun activity where basically in a blended or online setting, what a teacher would do is every time a student would get an answer correct, the teacher would have them do an at-home activity, and then every time a student gets something correct, the teacher would put a sticker on their face, and the students would have an absolute blast trying to see if they could actually fill up their teacher's face with stickers by the time the class started. So I think that's another example of understanding that students want to have fun as well. So let me address the second question first, which is this idea of burnout, student-teacher burnout. So I think one of the key components for student burnout is this attention issue. Somehow there are faculty that think that, if we're not providing synchronous lectures for 3 hours at a time, that somehow students aren't learning. And the reality is it burns out students. I was in a grant call today with our National Endowment for the Humanities, and, people kept saying, we want to get these kids outdoors. We want to get them playing. We want to get them engaged. We want to get them active. And sitting and listening to someone talk for 3 hours is not active and it's not engaging. And the reality of it is there were a lot of students that dropped out because they weren't going to sit there. Again, equity and access, they couldn't sit there necessarily for 3 hours and be on Zoom, but they didn't want to either. And so trying to address that. And then I think that the other thing we have to worry about is we have to worry about teacher burnout. A lot of teachers who were successful during the pandemic were prepared. A lot of teachers who weren't prepared actually had universities or institutions that were willing to support them in getting prepared. And unfortunately, a lot of teachers, had burnout and dropout because they just didn't feel supported. They didn't, the institutions, the schools didn't make sure that they were okay. And part of an easy way to do that, if you're a teacher in that situation, is being connected with others. We found that teachers who were connected with others, even if they could say to someone, oh, you're going through this too, and you feel this too, felt supported and were less likely to experience burnout than those teachers who weren't connected. I know that addresses the second of your questions. Could you repeat the first one?
Okay, the first one will be, could you give us an insight related to the strategy to minimize the barrier between online and blended learning quality?
Yeah, so here's the thing that people, and again, I'm not sure if this question, do you know if this question is directed at K-12 or post-secondary?
I'm not sure. It's probably for including like higher education.
Higher education, okay. So here's the thing that I think people need to understand. So a lot of people think that blended online instruction started in 2020. And I think what they don't understand is, post-secondary started way before that. And even K-12 online and blended instruction started in 1995. So we're going on, I can't count that high. I think that's somewhere around 27 years. So I think that when I hear people talk about quality of online or quality of blended isn't the same. What people don't realize is that we can't take, emergency remote pandemic instruction and look at the quality of that, particularly when a bunch of people who were unprepared, and call that quality instruction. I think if you looked pre-pandemic at people who are doing online instruction, there actually are research-based best practices of what teachers need to know how to do to be successful online and quality, blended and online quality instructors. And I think if you looked at the pandemic research, those people who were prepared actually had high quality, if not higher quality, believe it or not, than their face-to-face counterparts. When the pandemic hit, the problem is all the researchers and the newspaper reporters, the media, the press, the outlets, they wanted to focus on kind of everyone writ large and the failure of online or blended instruction.
Yeah.
And the reality is most of that data comes from teachers who were simply unprepared. So I think going back to the literature and understanding that we have research-based best practices that faculty, teachers, K-12 teachers, higher ed teachers need to be versed in, I think we start to see maybe a reduction in the discrepancy in the quality.
Yeah. Thank you, Rick. I think the point is really, online learning is not something just started on the pandemic, obviously, and there are a lot of research regarding to that. And the emphasis is not on the online or the distance learning, but rather on the preparedness of the teachers. So that's very interesting discussion, Rick. So now I'm going to Professor Puksin Han. Thank you for being patient, stay with me. Professor Puksin Han, we have a question for you. So that was a very interesting finding on your presentation about the housework. Could you give an example of how to manage housework in a family that involves like children between between 5 years old and then there's teenagers probably in the family? Could you give an example how we can manage the housework for a family?
Yeah, there's actually in China there's many interference program. First of all is for parents. There's some anxiety about how to train the kids in family in order that they will not follow up the schooling as soon as they get to primary school. So parents teaching their kids with knowledge, with new characters, even the arithmetics, so many knowledge and skill which primary school will teach. So this is a kind of a misunderstanding. I know that in the United States or in Western world they do not do this. But in Asian country, even in Indonesia, many parents are anxious about this. So this is psychologists are training parents to get rid of their anxiety, to pay attention to their kids' ability, keep their kids' sense of controlling from beginning. Okay, this is one aspect. Second aspect is the schooling related housework is too heavy to have kids in housework in the family. So Chinese government has some policy which is control at the school setting. Control what? Control the outside the training program, outside of campus training program. This is quite popular in the past 30 years, which make the kids, school students, life as nightmare. Okay, so government realizes, of course, this is heading for the good score in all class teachings, but this is very much hurt for kids, for schools, students. The government has some policy which is prohibited training program outside of campus, which is to some extent helpful for the housework assignment in the family. So this is the two aspects I answer the question.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Pugsinhan. There's one more question for you, Professor Pugsinhan. So could you give an advice for parents to communicate with children when they feel stressed for doing housework?
Okay, three aspects. One is the relationship. Asian tradition, we focus on the ethical components of relationship rather than the equal relationship compared with the Western culture. This is very important. I believe this is more related or nearer to the reality. I mean, parents and kids can be equal to some extent, but regarding this responsibility and not only the material responsibility, but also the mental instruction for the kids. So parents need to assist in their own responsibility for kids' healthy development from the beginning. Okay? This is the first suggestion. Second one, try to balance the integrity, or focus on the integrity even. I mean, physical, mental, and spiritual health. Everybody, at least in Chinese culture, which is from the Taoism and embedded in traditional Chinese medicine, health has three components: integrity, physical, mental, and spiritual. Okay, but nowadays, I suppose even in Indonesia, as a Muslim country, spiritual components has been ignored to some extent, especially in the education, family education, and the schooling. Okay, so I don't know how in Indonesia culture you emphasize on the model function of parents. But in Chinese tradition, modeling is very important for parents, okay, especially for spiritual integrity. That's the second suggestion. Third one, psychology as a discipline and profession wired on scientific components or basic psychology. But applied psychology is ignored to some extent. So psychologists, especially those working for parents, need to balance this. Okay, so psychology as a profession and as a discipline needs to be integrated to some extent. Okay, and integrity means basic psychology and applied psychology, and also modern and tradition. Okay, tradition, we focus on human being as a being, but science regards human as a tool. Okay, because modern psychology has three assumptions. People are equal. Okay, so individual differences ignored. This is, of course, not real. Second assumption, human are more similar with animal. This is, of course, not acceptable. And third assumption is human are like a computer or machine. This is cognitive psychology. This has very severe side effects in the long run. Okay, so parents need to consider their kids are kids. Okay, child are child, are human, not animal, not other kids, not machine. Okay, this is my suggestion. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Professor Puksinhan. So, of course, cultural aspect has a lot to do with how we build interaction between parents and children, and it's a very important message that you sent, that we need to involve children on housework to that it will have longer effect on their psychological development. So, thank you so much for Professor Puksinhan and Rick. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately we have come to the end of our session, but before we wrap it up, we have final events for Professor Puksinhan and Rick, where the ICEI committee would like to present a token of appreciation. And on this opportunity, I would like to invite my dear friend and colleague and the chairperson of ICEI 2022, Ms. Wulan, to present the token of appreciation to our speakers on this first session. Ms. Wulan, the time is yours.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Ina Safira. Yes, and I would like to say congratulations for the excellent presentation. So we would like to give you a certificate appreciation for such a fruitful discussion and your concern with UNESA conference. So Professor Reed and Professor Puksinhan, and for the host, please make a spotlight. Yeah, for our keynote speakers. Yeah, and first, yeah, I would like to give this certificate appreciation for Professor Richard E. Ferry, PhD, from the Kent State University, USA, for such a fruitful discussion and concern with the UNESA conference. Thank you very much, Professor Lee.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. So next, yeah. So next, I would like to give this appreciation for for Professor Puksinhan, actually my professor from Beijing. Thank you very much for always stand with UNESA. Yeah, and this is appreciation for your excellent presentation and for always stand with the UNESA conference. Thank you very much, Professor Han.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Ina. I return to you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Wulan. Well, thank you so much for our speakers today, Rick and Professor Puksinhan. I am honored to be able to have this discussion with you, and for all our audiences, we still have more sessions to come with great speakers on the second sessions. Thank you so much for having me on this conference. I'm Ina, I'm signing out, so giving it back to our beautiful Master of Ceremony. Thank you again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you.
Thank you, Ms. Ina, for the fruitful discussion. Now we will continue to the next plenary session. This plenary session will be led by our second moderator, Mrs. Neni Mariana, PhD. She is a lecturer in the elementary school teacher education, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, with immense international experiences. Without waiting further, Ms. Neni Mariana, PhD, time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Fania, for the opportunity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you all. I'm Neni Mariana, PhD. Let me be the second moderator for this second plenary session today. I'm honored to be the moderator of two distinguished keynote speakers. One of my mother, Ibu Susan Ledger, Professor Susan Ledger from the College of Education at University of Newcastle, Australia. And the second one is my father, Professor Mustaji MPD. Selamat datang, Prof. From the Educational Technology, Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. From the Educational Technology Department, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Without taking any longer, so we give the first turn to the Professor Susan Ledger as our keynote speaker. Beforehand, let me introduce her by we're trying to shorten your CV, Ibu Su, but it's very hard to do so. So, CV, please. Okay, Professor Susan Ledger is the head of Education Institute, the head of College of Education at the University of Newcastle, Australia. Next slide, please. Next. Okay, thank you, operator. So, oh, sorry, this is the last wrong CV. Sorry, Professor Susan Ledger. So, currently she's been in the University of Newcastle, not Murdoch University. Sorry for this mistake. Anyway, she has 15 awards, more than 50 publications in her professional activities from 2001 and until 2019 as the Australian and International Journal of Rural Education as the editor-in-chief, and she's also the journal reviewer of more than 7 different journals. All right, without further ado, we give the turn to Professor Susan Ledger. So please, Ibu Su.
Terima kasih, Ibu. Neni, bisa lihat ini atau tidak?
Yes, you can see. Yeah, you can see our slides now.
Okay,
It's
perfect.
perfect.
I'll just get back to the start. If you can get me back to the start, would be so back to the start. Look at all those slides.
Lovely too. Yeah, this is the first.
Terima kasih. Selamat siang. Is it siang atau?
Almost.
Pagi atau siang?
Yeah, still pagi, Ibu.
Selamat pagi semuanya. Terima kasih banyak atas undangannya kepada berbicara dengan Anda hari ini. Sudah lama sejak saya bicara bahasa, jadi saya akan bicara dalam English hari ini saja. Minta maaf ya for my very poor
please, Ibu,
bahasa.
so please.
Look, today's topic, teacher shortages and COVID-19. It's a topic that I'm really it's something that's personal for me. We're having major troubles in Australia as well as Indonesia and other around the globe. But sebelum saya mulai, I want to acknowledge my country and the Indigenous population that are from our country. Australia was and will always be the land of traditional custodians, kaya. And I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians, the elders past, present and emerging on the lands where I'm presenting today. I want to acknowledge, and where I live here in Newcastle, we are part of the Pambalang clan of the Awabakal people in New South Wales. I want to also extend my acknowledgement to the homelands of all the people who are joining us here today and the First Nations people and lineage of your homelands. And as I've heard, there's people from the Philippines, from Thailand, from Indonesia, etc. So I just want to pay my respects to all of those people who have come before us. My research covers a whole range of different fields. Emerging technologies is something I've brought into initial teacher education. I started off my higher education as a language and literacy person. I am the national representative for the professional experience across all of the universities in Australia. I focus on diverse learners and diverse school contexts. I have a passion for the teaching profession. I will always stand up for the rights of teachers and the rights of the students and the rights of schools. So that's why I will review policy and practices. Now, the conference theme, Inspiring Global Collaboration for Future Innovation Resilience, Facing Education Challenge During Pandemic. I was very much going to talk about all of different technologies that we could use, but I'm glad I didn't because Rick Ferdig did a fantastic job introducing us to the 11 lessons about technologies, and I think I'll just refer to that within my presentation today. My topic, my presentation is more about teacher shortages. It's a huge challenge, and it's a challenge globally, and it's a challenge that has been impacted even more greatly because of the pandemic. So my talk today will be about teacher shortages. I'll talk about the research questions that sort of got me to delve into the depths of this topic. I want to look at how Indonesia has responded to it, and then Australia, and have a look at the commonalities that are impacting those contributing factors. I think there's also a point that there's no global voice. When we went through the pandemic, the World Health Organization gave us some guidance. But when we went through the pandemic on the health front, when we went through the pandemic, there was no World Education Organization to give us any guidance. It typically came up to the individual teacher, the school, and the department. So we'll look at that as a possible solution in the future. And then I'll look at some resolutions to how we attract, retain, and retrain teachers, because that is a major, and I go back to the conference theme, it is an absolute major challenge facing education around the globe. I think we need to raise the status of the teaching profession and at the same time reduce the burden. And we have to look at it as a whole of profession And we then have to look at our each place individual school. So that's a bit of a snapshot of what I'm going to be doing today. But before I do, like all of you, you're studying. When you study or research a topic, this is a really good, I think this is a really good formula. When you start thinking about what you want to study and how you're going to do it, let's try using this formula. And I'm going to try to use this for the presentation I'm doing today. So I am studying teacher shortages around the globe because I want to find out the challenges, the contributing factors and the solutions in order to better understand why there is a shortage so that we can come up with some answers to resolve those problems and the impact. So whenever you're doing some research, from all those who are students here or those who are academics, this craft of research is a really simple little formula that makes us look at what we are trying to study. And so I hope I've clarified what I'm looking at today. It's teacher shortages. It's looking at the challenges, the contributing factors and some solutions. Now in Indonesia, you've got 3 million teachers and 27 million students, over 500 districts and 34 provinces. In Australia, we're 10 times less the size of Indonesia, and those figures show that comparison. The map on the bottom, that difference between government and non-government, we have a lot of private schools, and I'm not overly happy about that, but anyhow, that's what it is. So Indonesia, similar in that they've got teachers, students and schools, different in that they're hugely different in number and scale. So how does then this challenge, how did it impact Indonesia as well as Australia during the pandemic? Well, look, we continue to have teacher shortages, both countries. Most of those shortages are in science, math and English technologies. Most of the shortages are in rural and remote areas. And I find it really funny because I've been researching rural and remote education for a very long time. Rural and remote teacher shortage has been around for ages. But now that it's hit the cities and the suburbs, now it's a problem, which I'm pleased are going to address. But, you know, we've known about shortages for a long time in rural and remote areas. What it has highlighted, COVID, and during that time, the challenges is the inequity. And I think Peter talked about it in his, Rick Fertig talked about it. The inequity of access, of technologies, of professional learning and development, and the inequities within the sector. At the same time, and the other two speakers spoke about it, is that the status and burden on teachers and principals was really huge. It was large. We had many teachers drop out, and we've now got less people wanting to come into the teaching profession. And I think that's the same in both Indonesia and in Australia. It is certainly the same in other countries. We have a huge gender imbalance in the profession. The majority of our primary and early childhood teachers are female, and half of our secondary staff are male. So overall, if we put them all together, it is a very feminised occupation. And, we need to try to balance that out. So we also have inequity of access. We have inequity of, that's a repeat. Sorry about that. So, there's inequities all over the place, but they are very, very similar issues in Indonesia as they are in Australia. Some of the contributing factors, and you know this, we have people leaving, passing away sometimes, going for other jobs, too much pressure. We've got that imbalance of the geographic distribution. We have lots of teachers in the metro area, but not many people, many of them want to go to rural areas. So there's inequity of schooling options. We have private schools, we have religious schools, we have state schools. So there's choices there, and sometimes our teachers might get choices, but our students do not have choice. Some of them have choiceless choices. We have what we call a drought in teaching. We have a drought in area and a drought in subject. So geographic droughts in the rural areas and subject droughts in those topics, like in the subjects like maths, science, etc. But that hasn't been new. And in Indonesia, I mean, languages is a real drought in Australia because we don't teach a lot of languages. We're trying to get better at it, but we're still, I think, far behind where we should be. But Indonesia and Australia, maths, science, English are the key ones. There's also some question about the standards of teachers that we've got out in our schools. And in Australia, we have professional standards for teachers, so that has actually helped make everyone a bit more the same and all quality. But we still have, at the moment, because we've got so many shortages, we've got our final year students teaching out in schools. We've got, unqualified teachers teaching in some of our schools, and that's not fair. We also have people privileging content, and we want to teach the facts, but we don't teach children that affective domain. Where is that love of learning at the moment? If children, and Rick talked about it before, if they you don't make exciting learning, they won't come or they won't be engaged, and that's a problem. But one of the significant contributing factors is that we actually aren't looking at child, teacher and principal well-being. In Australia, the amount of violence towards teachers and principals has increased, and that's concerning. So what are some of the solutions? Global voice, maybe. I think we've got the World Health Organization. I think the OECD is trying to fill this gap, but they're very much, at the moment, very middle class and very white in their views on things. I did a paper that looked at their new PISA test for global competency. A team of global researchers had a look at their first test on global competencies, and it was very much biased towards middle class and very much biased towards Western. So if the OECD want to take up a global approach like the World Health Organization, they need to look at what they're doing a bit better and cater for more people rather than just the general specifics that they are now. Another solution is the whole of government approach, and I'll talk about that later. But I think the most fundamental way that we could do is to raise the profile of teaching so that we can attract, retain and retrain the teaching workforce. The profile of teaching, and I'm going to use now the Indonesian and the Australian example. So in Indonesia, you're a bit like Australia, but you've got lots more, your island. We're one island, you're thousands of islands. I actually lived over here in West Papua for about 6 years in a place called Timika, and that's where I had my daughter. So, and then I've worked in studied in Malang a long, long time ago and did some study in Bogor. I've travelled to most of the islands, and my PhD was on 3 different islands throughout Indonesia. So I've had a long affinity to Indonesia, and I love Indonesia. So that's why having these strong links with Surabaya, I'm very excited about. So your context is quite different in Indonesia, but you still have very, very remote areas and very, very metropolitan areas that are very full. So the Human Development Index, if you look at that, and then if you lay it upon that teacher shortages, where would you find the teacher shortages? I'd assume it would be in these ones here, the low areas. I'm just assuming that. I haven't done research on it, but I'd like to. One of the best things that's come out of the last decade is the conversation. I know Indonesia has, the conversation that you access now, and much of the research that's on that is really useful, and I would encourage more of you to actually publish within conversation, because then it leads up to further publications, or if you've already done a publication, get your publications onto the conversation. There are only 800-word articles. So, when I did a Google of the conversation, these are some of the things that came up. The decentralisation of it and the quality of the education. Same thing, we looked at it, in Australia, that's an article of mine, and we looked at growing numbers of unqualified teachers. This is not the way to fix the teacher shortage. So calling up government choice. We know that Indonesia's got a shortage of 100 million teachers by 2030, I think it is. That's a worry. What do we do about it though? And this is the problem. We have a range of people. You've got your honorary teachers who's, there's issues that are happening with that. I've seen some strikes and things with it. So this is that need for attracting, retaining and retraining our teachers. And by really promoting what teachers, the teaching profession. This document I found really, really interesting. It's from the Indonesian Economic Forum, The Struggle to Recruit Good Teachers in Indonesia, Institutional and Social Dysfunctions. It's the same with health. We don't blame nurses if the hospital system isn't any good. But for some reason, we blame teachers and not the education system. So I think we need to be a little bit fairer on ourselves and take some pressure off our teachers and say that this is part of a whole of government, whole approach that we need to address. So going back to what I said I wanted to look at the challenges that we're faced with COVID, and the major challenge that I looked at was teacher shortages. To get any change, it needs to be systemic. So the whole of the profession and government response. What they do in Australia, I'm sure it's the same there. We've got initial teacher education, that's your colleges, your universities are training teachers. Then you've got your schools, and then you've got your sectors. And they all blame each other. Or they don't actually. We often get blamed by government or politicians that someone's not doing their job properly. Because in Australia, our PISA results down, which means, oh, you're not training them well. Oh, you're not teaching them well. Or, but we need to say, they need to understand that one measure like PISA isn't the all. You actually have to look at the system as a healthy system and as a whole. And what we have to underpin this when there's challenges, no needs change, but when we make those changes, we need to make sure that we make those changes equitably and supportive. So we have to make sure that rural and remote get a mention and get looked after, that the new graduate teachers are transitioned into the workforce, not just thrown in and left to sink, that the schools and the universities help transition them. So don't take a full load when they first go out. They first year, lighten the load, let them develop into becoming a teacher. And then look at the teacher and principal well-being and the integrity of the profession. So I think that's the challenge. We know we need systemic changes, and we need to actually fundamentally always think about whatever those changes are, they have to be equitable. So what is the answer? Okay, so we've got these ideas. We think we know, there's some ideas. So I think there's 3 points that if we can address these 3 points, then I think we're in the right direction, moving in the right direction. One, let's raise the status of the teaching profession. Now, in Australia, one of my colleagues wrote an article, looked at 60,000 newspaper articles about teachers over the last 20 years. It was damning. The media, we allow social media, we allow the media to actually be damning against teachers. The discourse around teachers is not positive. We need to actually call media up on that and make some changes, because without teachers, we don't have a society. So I think if we change the discourse, that's going to be important. If we improve the working conditions of all teachers, so wages, the infrastructure, the schools, some schools are delivering in areas that are just not adequately resourced, yet if you went to a metropolitan school, beautiful. If you went to a private school, beautiful. That's not fair. It needs to be even, because all of our children should be seen as being special and equal. I think we need to invest in the continuum. If the more money and time spent in early childhood, the better our final product. But what happens is our early childhood has the least qualified, least paid teachers often. And that's supposed to be doing the groundwork for our future generation of children. So let's focus on early childhood. Let's make sure primary, secondary, vocational ed, that we look at all of these aspects of learning. Much of the money and much of the time is looking at secondary. And we know that's where a lot of the problems are. We have people not going to secondary, but we also have multiple tests in secondary. I think we have to look at each of these sectors and see why aren't they working. And then D, attract and retain quality teachers. Incentives, we provide housing and we have cheap housing, all sorts of incentives to get people to the bush. Some people are staying. One of the new strategies is the teach for and retrain or relax on the 5th. So we pay them for 4 years of teaching, then in their 5th year, they can go and retrain, they can go and relax. And that seems to be enough to warrant sort of a refresh and a restart. And the other thing that we could do is to change that metrocentric focus to equity and look at rural and remote and low SES areas. So that's one, change, these are my solutions. Raise the status of the teaching profession, make it a whole of profession approach by looking at leadership. And sometimes, we need to make sure that our leaders are these types of leaders. I'm not going to read it, I'd like you to read it. Now, whether you're a docent or a principal or a head of department, that's leadership. We are all leaders, and we need to remember that statement. It's a good one to fall back on. You are the one that will make the difference. Now, what I liked about Indonesia's response to the COVID challenges is that, they looked at the whole child, teacher, principal, and the whole system. The fact that you did Google for education certification, Google education certification. The Indonesian government provided the sharing platform for teachers. Everyone got the national Google account, and you identified champion teachers in schools and programs. These are fantastic strategies, really, really good, and something that Australia can take back and have a look at as well. I'm not sure how successful are. You'll be able to tell me that. Then you're also collaborative in your approach. So you not only joined the whole nation together, unified the nation with these Google, access to Google, you also did these collaborative resources, which are fantastic, and in Australia, we have the ICEI, which has some resources, but certainly not as interactive as some of these ones. So I've been really impressed with what Indonesia has done to try to resolve issues around COVID and the challenges for teachers, because most people, a lot of teachers found themselves having to do all the work, and it was really difficult and it was a real burden. But the fact that you're given, access to all of this was really useful. That is, though, if you had access to technology. Now, technology is great, but certainly not a silver bullet. It's a resource for quality teachers committed to developing cognitive, emotional well-being so they can become active, engaged citizens. Technology that has the ability to unite, but it also has the ability to divide. And we saw during COVID that digital divide got wider and wider, and that was an issue. I also think the third one, so raise the profile, be collaborative, and then the place-based approach to things. We are all as I said, we're all in different places. Every school is different, and we have to make sure that, in each of those places, no matter where they are across your archipelago, that we need to attract teachers to them, we need to retain teachers in them, and we need to retrain them. And I think lesson number 6 or so on RICS 1 was about upskilling and retraining and being connected. So this is what place-based education is. It's looking at where you're living, immerse those students in their local heritage, their culture, their landscape, their opportunity, immerse them in that and make their learning based on that to still achieve the same outcomes. That way you're building capacity not only of your students, but also of your whole community. It's a nice way to actually apply your knowledges. So to conclude, and I think I'm on time. Oh, no, I'm not. I've gone over. Apologies. Apologies. I thought I was on time. So basically, conclusion, we need to change. It needs to be done different. School needs to be done differently. We're still teaching and our schools still look like they did 100 years ago. That needs to be changed. The status of the profession needs to acknowledge. We have to make decisions about the profession, and that should be made by the profession, people in the profession, not just government workers. We need media to make change, and we have to look after the health and well-being of our students, teachers and leaders. Okay, I'm so sorry. I didn't realise I was so over. Apologies.
Yeah, that's great, Ibu Su. The time is yours, actually. But yeah, it's already still 25 minutes, Ibu Su, so don't worry. Be happy, okay? You give very great presentation. Thank you very much for the new insight for us Indonesians, and I believe that there are a lot of questions emerge in the head of our audience. Actually, I like the quote that if there is something happen to our education, don't blame teachers, but look for the whole educational system and ensure equity and support. That's very nice quote, Ibu Su, that I learned from your presentation today. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna move to the second keynote speaker. But beforehand, hold on your question first, and then I'm going to introduce you our second keynote speakers for the second plenary session. So we have Professor Dr. Mustaji MPD here with us. I will introduce him first as the CV, please. Yeah, so next slide. So Professor Dr. Mustaji MPD is our beloved head of doctorate study program of educational technology of postgraduate at Universitas Negeri Surabaya. So he has 8 copyright works, so some rewards from national rewards from our presidents, and also he's already like 30 years working in Universitas Negeri Surabaya. So, alright, Professor Dr. Mustaji MPD, as disclaimer, he's gonna present the PowerPoints into Indonesian language, but the PowerPoint itself is already in English. So, and I won't interpret during the presentation because the time is so limited. But if you have any question later on, we can discuss in English. Thank you very much. So without further ado, Professor Dr. Mustaji MPD, the time is yours. Silakan Bapak untuk memulai presentasinya.
Terima kasih Bu Leni. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang. Saya senang tadi tertarik sama Bu Susan yang sudah pintar bahasa Indonesia.
Terima kasih Pak, maaf.
Senang sekali. Dan teman-teman lain tadi Pak Buhan dan Pak Riki yang tadi sudah menyampaikan. Ya, saya menyampaikan karena ini banyak pesertanya yang Indonesia, saya mencoba menggunakan dengan dui bahasa. Teks yang saya pakai seperti yang disampaikan oleh Bu Neni menggunakan bahasa Inggris, tetapi saya akan menggunakan bahasa Indonesia supaya nanti teman-teman juga bisa memahami lebih banyak tentang apa yang saya tuliskan. Demikian juga teman-teman yang dari luar Indonesia bisa memahami secara teks dengan menggunakan bahasa Inggris. Bu Mulan, terima kasih diberi kesempatan. Materi saya rasanya nyambung dengan apa yang disampaikan oleh Bu Susan ini. pinter ini membaginya. Jadi kalau tadi bicara mengenai bagaimana materinya Bu Susan terkait dengan kualitas pendidikan Indonesia, mungkin itu penelitian kita kemarin tuh ya Bu Leni ya, yang kolaborasi kita dengan beliaunya itu yang bisa disampaikan pada hari ini.
Iya Bapak.
Oke, betul.
Postgraduate
Ini
students we have collaboration with
salah
Ibu
satu anggotanya. Penelitian kolaborasi antara Bu Neni dengan teman-teman yang di Australia, dan hari ini sampaikan secara kolaborasi juga. Kegiatan pada hari ini juga kolaborasi secara global, ada Indonesia, ada Australia, ada Cina. Nah, hari ini diikuti oleh beberapa mahasiswa, ada S1, ada S2, ada S3, program studi teknologi pendidikan. Saya tadi sudah dikenalkan oleh Bu Neni, sehari-hari melayani mahasiswa S1, S2, S3, program studi teknologi pendidikan. Bu Neni Bu Susan sudah pernah datang ke Pasca Unesa, Bu Neni?
In 2018, Ibu, so I believe, yeah.
Oh,
when
sudah
we have
nyicipi tahu campur.
Not yet.
Sudah mencicipi lontong balap Surabaya?
Yeah, not yet.
Not yet. Tetapi mahasiswa saya akan datang ke Surabaya tahun depan.
Oh, tahun depan.
Yeah.
Kita suguhi lontong balap sama tahu campur Surabaya.
It's Surabaya
rawon
culiner,
dan
ladies and
sebagainya.
gentlemen.
Biasanya mahasiswa luar negeri suka rawon gitu. Silakan ke sini. Kalau nanti datang ke Surabaya, Bu Neni jangan lupa diajak jalan-jalan wisata di Jawa Timur ya, dekat Surabaya, indah-indah. Nanti bisa diajak makan bersama di Pujon Kidul di tengah sawah. Mungkin bagi beliaunya indah sekali itu, bagaimana makan di Pujon Kidul begitu di suasana di Surabaya.
Beautiful.
Ya, ini mungkin hal yang mengantar kita supaya lebih tidak serius, dan saya senang tadi yang disampaikan Bu Susan nyambung dengan apa yang saya sampaikan. Teman-teman jangan lupa sesuai dengan materi saya, kita belajar di mana saja, kapan saja, dengan orang siapa saja, mau Indonesia, mau Australia, mau Amerika, dan seterusnya, bagaimana membelajarkan siswa kita supaya mampu memiliki keterampilan kolaborasi di era global, dan ini sangat dibutuhkan untuk kehidupan masa kini dan yang akan datang. Nah, sebagaimana kita ketahui, mungkin sama dengan mahasiswa Indonesia, mahasiswa Australia, bahwa kita sedang memasuki pada satu era. Ada yang menyebutnya era disruption, ada yang menyebutnya era multiliterasi, ada yang menyebutnya era digital, ada yang menyebutnya era revolusi industri. Mau tidak mau kita sudah berada di era ini, maka dengan era atau konteks yang seperti ini kita bisa belajar tanpa batas. Bahasa saya belajar tanpa batas, tidak dibatasi oleh gurunya, tidak dibatasi oleh bukunya. Jadi kalau sekarang guru, dosen mengajar itu hanya terbatas pada guru. Kalau gurunya nggak datang maka tidak jadi belajar. Kalau tidak ada bukunya tidak belajar. Itu sudah keliru karena kontak kita sudah berbeda. Era disrupsi, suatu era inovasi yang mungkin hari ini besar-besaran ya, yang secara mental akan secara fundamental mengubah semua sistem pengaturan dan landscape yang ada dengan cara baru, berpotensi menggantikan hal-hal yang menjadi baru. Zaman saya dulu kuliah pakai sabak, berikutnya pakai papan tulis, berikutnya pakai whiteboard, berikutnya kalau seminar-seminar begini maka harus kumpul begitu. Nah, sekarang narasumber di mana saja, kapan saja bisa dihadirkan dalam forum diskusi yang luar biasa. Artinya apa? Kalau kita mengikuti tataran-tataran lama, sudah nggak zamannya lagi, karena akan ketinggalan. Era kita sudah memasuki era disrupsi. Yang kedua, kita sudah memasuki era multilaterasi. Multilaterasi adalah peragatan digunakan untuk memahami berbagai teks yang mau tekstual, mau audio, mau video, mau multimedia. Sekarang sumber belajar tersediakan semuanya itu. Jadi kalau siswa kita belajar hanya dari buku saja, sudah enggak zamannya. Sekarang sudah bisa belajar dengan teknologi informasi dan komunikasi dengan beragam format media. Jadi mungkin baik media-media yang tradisional kita gunakan maupun bahkan banyak penelitian-penelitian yang akhir-akhir ini sudah menggunakan media sosial untuk kepentingan pembelajaran. Tidak hanya untuk pembelajaran, untuk jualan dan seterusnya dan seterusnya. Yang ketiga, kita ada yang menyebutnya sudah pada era digital, yang merupakan era kehidupan di mana segala aktivitas yang menunjang kehidupan dipermudah dengan teknologi canggih. Teknologi canggih. Maaf, itu Indonesia baru-baru ini perabsusan era TV digital yang seharusnya sudah lama itu kalau negara lain. Nah, ini karena kebijakan-kebijakan pemerintah sehingga baru disuntik mati TV Indonesia bulan November ini. Jadi teman-teman yang ada di sini kalau TV-nya analog nanti sudah nggak bisa TV lagi kalau nggak beli set box atau TV-nya diganti TV digital karena TV Indonesia segera disuntik mati. Apa bahasa saya? Disuntik mati, nggak bisa lihat nonton TV kalau sudah tidak mengubah TV-nya dengan TV digital. Ini terlambat dibandingkan dengan negara-negara lain ya. Tapi karena kemarin sudah lama masa Menko-infonya teman ITS itu sudah lama, tapi karena beberapa perusahaan kan ke Mahkamah Konstitusi supaya ditunda. Tapi sekarang rasanya tidak ada lagi menunda TV digital. Yang keempat, kita sudah memasuki revolusi industri 4.0. Semua kegiatan sudah menggunakan transformasi teknologi digital. Mau makan, mau belajar, mau tidur, semua tinggal cetak saja sudah memudahkan belajar kita. Jadi mulai bangun tidur sampai tidur lagi, jari kita nampaknya amat penting itu untuk menekan, mau nekan apa, semua untuk memudahkan kita di era revolusi industri. Dan di berbagai negara sudah banyak didaya gunakan terkait dengan pembelajaran yang terintegrasi dengan era revolusi industri 4.0. Nah, dan perubahan-perubahan itu semakin dasar ya bahasa saya, semakin dasar sejak pandemi COVID-19 itu. Pembelajaran secara tiba-tiba dari pembelajaran tatap muka ke pembelajaran online. Selama masa pandemi, beberapa sekolah Indonesia agak menarik itu, tidak tahu nih yang ada di Cina, di Australia apa terjadi suasana pembelajaran yang dikotai seperti ini nih. Pakai masker dikotai dan seterusnya. Semua menggunakan kegiatan pembelajaran secara online maupun tatap muka terbatas yang dibatasi jumlahnya seperti ini. Ya, ini pembelajaran yang diciptakan semasa pandemi COVID-19 begitu. Nah, sehingga penggunaan teknologi informasi dan komunikasi makin masif digunakan. Bahasa saya mungkin sekarang kita sudah menggeser dari bahasa teman-teman karena new normal. New normalnya itu adalah bergerak pada ragam pembelajaran yang tidak hanya menggunakan teks tapi bisa memanfaatkan beragam jurnal, e-jurnal, e-book, audiovisual, YouTube dan macam-macam yang bisa digunakan sebagai sumber belajar. Jangan lupa tadi saya juga tertarik ternyata Prapsusan juga mengikuti perkembangan di Indonesia. Tadi saya lihat guru belajar, guru berbagi, rumah belajar, itu ada semua. Dan guru-guru Indonesia sudah dibagikan laptop mulai dari ini, saya kemarin masih pelatihan penggunaan laptop Chromebook untuk bagi guru PAUD begitu. Nah, ada mulai dari Sabang sampai Merauke sudah dibagikan laptop yang Chromebook itu. Tetapi faktanya ternyata belum semua guru bisa menggunakan laptop itu untuk kepentingan pembelajaran. Masih hanya dibuka untuk YouTube, untuk U-turn, Yujah, dan seterusnya begitu ya. Jadi hanya untuk digunakan hiburan. Belum dimanfaatkan secara optimal untuk kepentingan pembelajaran. Nah, dengan kata lain, kita sudah memasuki era belajar baru, era belajar tanpa batas. Jadi, bisa saja nanti gedung-gedung pasca UNESA, gedung Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan tidak ada artinya, menjadi rumah hantu semua karena belajar tidak perlu gedung-gedung yang tinggi-tinggi itu. Cukup menggunakan Zoom, mungkin ketemu hanya tutorial saja, mungkin ketemu hanya di kafe saja, bertemu dengan Bu Susan, dengan Bu Neni, dengan saya, mungkin di kafe atau di halaman kampus di lab belajar itu saja. Karena sudah nggak perlu lagi datang ke kampus menggunakan fasilitas gedung-gedung yang besar itu. Sekarang kampus tidak dilihat besarnya dari gedungnya, tetapi dilihat dari aktivitas belajarnya. Bagaimana mahasiswa itu lebih peran aktif dalam kegiatan pembelajaran. Ini artinya apa? Belajar tidak lagi dibatasi oleh gedung-gedung bertingkat yang tinggi-tinggi, tetapi adalah bagaimana ruang kelas itu difasilitasi dengan berbagai informasi, memungkinkan mahasiswa bisa belajar kapan saja, di mana saja, dengan apa saja, dengan cara apa saja yang memungkinkan mahasiswa bisa belajar. Nah, tadi seakan kita bisa menggunakan beragam sumber belajar, tapi sangat bergantung kepada karakteristik siswa, karakteristik materi, dan karakteristik konteks pembelajarannya. Tadi Prof. Susan sudah menggambarkan bagaimana keragaman keindonesiaan itu. Papua beda dengan Jawa, Jawa beda dengan NTT, NTT beda dengan Aceh, Aceh beda dengan Kalimantan. Itu konteks yang berbeda, perlu solusi yang berbeda-beda. Kalau di Indonesia itu sangat terkenal apapun makanannya, Prof. Susan, minumnya adalah teh botol sosro. Jadi apapun makanannya teh botol sosro. Nah, enggak berlaku bagi dunia pendidikan. Kalau karakteristik materinya begini, karakteristik siswanya begini, maka konteksnya begini, maka solusinya apa? Jadi bahasa dalam bidang kedokteran tidak ada obat yang bisa menyembuhkan segala penyakit. Kalau sakitnya pilek maka obatnya ini, kalau sakitnya perut seperti ini, kalau sakitnya sakit rindu mungkin obatnya bertemu. Berbeda-beda solusinya. Dunia pendidikan juga di situ seperti itu. Jadi tidak ada apapun makanannya teh botol sosro minumannya. Mohon maaf itu menyebut merek, tetapi itu hanya ilustrasi saja, tidak bermaksud mempromosikan teh botol sosro. Nah, ini pentingnya belajar. Nah, itu merupakan tantangan kita di abad 21 ini. Bagaimana pendidikan bisa menyesuaikan dengan kebutuhan siswa kita di abad 21 yang menuntut keterampilan kolaborasi secara global begitu, secara global. Nah, saya katakan tadi kita sudah memasuki era belajar tanpa batas. Karena apa belajar tanpa batas? Bisa belajar dengan di mana saja, dalam ruang yang apa saja, sumber belajar apa saja bisa dilakukan. Monggo tadi sudah disebut teman-teman penyaji sebelumnya, ada online learning, ada blended learning, ada mungkin online collaborative learning. Ya, ini biasanya teman-teman lagi memproduksi model-model pembelajaran baru. Karena kalau S3 itu kan menciptakan ilmu, nah salah satu ilmu yang disebut adalah menghasilkan model pembelajaran baru yang sesuai dengan konteks kehidupan kini, konteks siswanya, konteks karakteristik mata pelajaran. Nah, salah satu model yang sekarang banyak dipakai, yang juga menjadi pembicaraan pembelajaran tanpa batas itu adalah pembelajaran dengan beragam format aplikasi dan sering diberi nama seamless learning. Seamless learning. Jadi belajar tanpa batas atau biasa dalam berbagai buku itu menyebutnya diistilahkan dengan seamless learning yang memungkinkan seseorang itu belajar di mana saja, kapan saja, yang tidak lagi ada batas-batas. Kalau sekarang ada di undang-undang pendidikan ya pendidikan informal, ada pendidikan non formal, ada pendidikan informal. Rasanya sekarang sudah batas-batas itu hilang. Sudah waktunya dalam perubahan undang-undang dasar itu mungkin batas-batas itu ditiadakan karena seseorang bisa belajar di rumah, bisa belajar di jalan, bisa belajar di bis. Nah ini saya ini lagi presentasi di Bengkulu nih, lagi di pertemuan Asosiasi Program Studi Teknologi Pendidikan di Bengkulu. Saya minggir keluar ruangan ini untuk presentasi yang saat ini. Bisa belajar, mengajar di mana saja, kapan saja, tanpa batas, ada informal, non formal, dan berbagai ragam format pembelajaran. Sehingga kita mementingkan bagaimana konteks pembelajaran itu dilakukan. Aktivitas pendidikan tadi dengan seamless learning, sesuaikan konteksnya, kontennya, semua itu terjadi dalam konteks pendidikan. Ruang-ruangnya sudah nggak terbatas lagi, ada buku, ada menggunakan HP-nya teman-teman, ada sekolah, mau di rumah, mau di mana saja, tindak belajar bisa dilakukan. Tindak belajar bisa dilakukan dengan menggunakan model pembelajaran yang tadi saya sebut dengan istilah seamless learning. Nah, ada 10 dimensi seamless learning yang dilakukan. Setidak-tidaknya ada 10 dimensi karena tanpa batas tadi, maka orang menyebutnya tidak hanya seamless learning tetapi mobile seamless learning. Sering disingkat dengan istilah MSL, mobile seamless learning, karena bisa belajar menggunakan fasilitas handphone ini di mana saja, kapan saja. Mungkin dengan Chromebook yang menggunakan mirip tablet itu sudah mengintegrasikan dunia fisik dengan dunia digital begitu. Mengintegrasikan dunia fisik dengan dunia digital. Setidaknya ada 10. Tidaklah ini ada mobile seamless learning dengan 10 dimensinya. Formal, informal learning sudah terintegrasi. Ini maknanya agak berbeda dengan jalur pendidikan selama ini ya. Jadi kalau formal itu di sekolah, informal di rumah, tapi itu batas-batas itu dihilangkan. Artinya tidak ada dosen, proses pembelajaran bisa saja berlangsung begitu, bisa saja berlangsung. Yang kedua, bisa mencakup pembelajaran yang bersifat personal. Karena belajar bisa dilakukan secara personal, bisa juga dilakukan secara sosial, bisa juga secara individu maupun secara kolaborasi. Beragam model pembelajaran kolaborasi sekarang sudah banyak ditumbuhkan, kolaboratif learning, kooperatif learning, online collaborative learning, ada kolaboratif blended learning, dan macam-macam sekarang sudah banyak dikembangkan oleh teman-teman mahasiswa program studi teknologi pendidikan. Pembelajaran bisa terjadi melintas waktu, mau pagi, mau siang, mau malam, sudah nggak terbatas waktu. Sepanjang masanya waktu itu bersama ya. Ini mahasiswanya Bu Neni itu ada yang dari Madagaskar atau apa begitu. Kemarin kan masuk ke UNESA, karena waktu berbeda itu kadang-kadang kesulitan pembelajaran tatap muka maya berlangsung beda. Sini waktunya jam 11 siang, di sana waktunya jam 3 pagi. Sehingga nggak jadi masuk mahasiswa karena beda waktu. Tapi kalau Bu Neni, kalau jam sekian di Australia jam berapa Bu Neni?
What time is it now, Prof. Susan, in Australia? Time difference.
Jam 2 lewat 30. Is that right?
2:30.
2:30. That's right.
Jam 2:30.
14 ya. Masih serumpun Bu Neni, masih serumpun. Jadi kalau misalnya kolaborasi belajar bersama antara mahasiswa Indonesia dan Australia masih bisa.
Yeah, it opens opportunity for doing the lectures together, Ibu Su, because the time difference is not.
It's perfect. We would love to do that. Yeah. And I'm very happy about doing the connections and the collaborative work is best work.
Sip, bisa ngomong sip. Mantap kalau Jawa Timur. Jadi bisa saja nanti kuliahnya Bu Susan bareng dengan mahasiswa S3 Dikdas Unesa, mahasiswa S3TP Unesa, rumpun pendidikan bisa diikutkan ke sana Bu Neni. Saya kan sekarang kan sudah kuliah bersama antara Unesa, Undiksa. Sekarang mungkin bisa kita perluas dengan kolaborasi pembelajaran kuliah bareng dengan Indonesia, dengan Australia, dengan mana yang kira-kira serumpun waktunya, misalnya bisa saja lintas waktu, tetapi yang masih memungkinkan dengan berbagai ragam pertimbangan tadi. Lintas waktu juga lintas lokasi, lokasinya bisa berbeda-beda, bisa dilakukan tanpa batas. Jadi serasa dunia tanpa batas bisa dilakukan dari sisi waktunya, dari sisi lokasinya begitu. Nah, kombinasinya monggo mau luring kelas maya, daring sinkronus, asinkronus, monggo tergantung kesepakatan kita, nanti bisa kita lakukan kolaborasi secara global. Apakah mencakup dunia digital maupun dunia non digital, ditambah jalan-jalan ke Kota Batu dan ke Baloga. Biasanya kalau belajar saja tanpa dibarengi dengan wisata jenuh. Nah, mahasiswa pun juga senang kalau ya ada kuliahnya, ya ada jalan-jalannya.
Study and traveling ya Prof. Studying and traveling together. Excellent.
I can't wait.
Ya, monggo beragam tugas-tugas yang nanti bisa dilakukan untuk mengembangkan beragam keterampilan dan aktivitas belajar. Aktivitas semacam belajar menjadi lebih banyak bisa dilakukan untuk pembelajaran yang bahasa saya belajar tanpa batas. Bentuk visualisasinya misalnya ini yang sudah dikembangkan oleh Wong 2015, bagaimana belajar tanpa batas dengan menggunakan mobile seamless learning pada format 1, for informal formal, atau mungkin MSL 2, individu sosial, physical dunia digital dan non digital ya, dengan berbagai ragam model-model pembelajaran yang bisa dilakukan untuk kepentingan pembelajaran di era belajar tanpa batas begitu. Ini yang bisa dilakukan untuk kepentingan pembelajaran. Nah, setidaknya ada 4 jenis keterampilan kolaborasi yang mungkin bisa dilakukan untuk mengembangkan kemampuan keterampilan kolaborasi. Yang pertama, bagaimana kemampuan membentuk tim dimulai dari kelas. Kemudian bagaimana belajar bekerja dan berkolaborasi. Kemudian yang ketiga, bagaimana masalah-masalah itu dipecahkan secara kolaborasi, dan bagaimana mengatur perbedaan di antara anggota yang berkolaborasi itu. Nah, itu juga yang terakhir itu juga mengembangkan keterampilan berdemokratisasi. Artinya apa? Kita itu yang berbeda asalnya, berbeda makanannya, berbeda usianya, berbeda negaranya, tapi saling menghargai di antara perbedaan-perbedaan itu. Dunia itu akan harmonis jika terjadi penghargaan dari semua perbedaan. Perbedaan bukan menjadi dasar kompetisi pertentangan, tapi penghargaan menjadi dasar untuk menjadikan saling menghargai. Dunia itu akan damai jika terjadi mengatur perbedaan itu diatur. Itu bisa dimulai di kelas, gitu. Ada yang pintar, ada yang kurang pintar, ada yang tinggi, ada yang rendah, ada yang hitam, ada yang putih, ada yang coklat, ada yang suka makan lontong balap, ada yang suka masak bakso, tapi semuanya kan punya tujuan yang menikmati bersama. Saling menghargai itu kita ciptakan lewat pembelajaran tanpa batas dengan cara mengembangkan keterampilan kolaborasi. Salah satu model yang bisa digunakan misalnya bukunya Susan dan bukunya Bill and Hill ini juga ini bagaimana keterampilan kolaborasi dikembangkan. Ya, kebetulan disertasi saya terkait dengan bagaimana mengembangkan keterampilan kolaborasi ini untuk pemecahan materi. Ini sudah cocok dengan keterampilan Badasu yang tadi disebut dalam 4C, kemampuan berpikir kritis, kemampuan berpikir kreatif, kemampuan komunikasi, kolaborasi, dan pemecahan masalah. Nyambung jika kita mau mengembangkan keterampilan belajar tanpa batas. Tadi beberapa hal yang bisa dilakukan, misalnya bagaimana sintak pembelajaran tanpa batas itu. Biasanya kalau ngomong model pembelajaran, maka orang berpikirnya kan langkah-langkahnya bagaimana, sintaknya bagaimana. Nah, itu setidaknya ada 4 sintak yang bisa dilakukan. Pertama bisa pembelajaran dengan konteks, mau di kelas boleh, di luar kelas boleh, mau online boleh, mau luring boleh, daring secara maya, atau mungkin sinkronus, asinkronus, silahkan saja, nggak ada masalah. Kemudian bisa dilakukan di luar kelas, kemudian pembelajaran bisa dilakukan kolaboratif online atau tidak online, monggo baru konsolidasi kelas. Ini beberapa mungkin langkah bisa dilakukan tentang mengembangkan keterampilan kolaborasi di era global dengan menggunakan model pembelajaran seamless learning. Mungkin sintaknya seperti ini kalau kita visualisasikan ya, bagaimana forma situasi pembelajaran dengan setting formal, bisa di dalam kelas atau luar kelas dengan aktivitas satu, misalnya kontekstual kolaboratif idiom learning, kemudian tahap kedua ini yang suasana informal tadi, aktivitas kedua secara belajar kontekstual, kemudian sintak 3 dan sebagainya, dan ini kita belajarkan bahasa, kita belajarkan lewat kelas untuk mengembangkan keterampilan kolaborasi pada era global. Anak bisa bekerja individual, bisa bekerja secara kelompok, kelompok yang kolaboratif. Bukan saya agak membedakan kolaboratif dengan kooperatif, karena kalau kolaboratif itu kan benar-benar dipasrahkan kepada anaknya sesuai dengan minatnya, tapi kalau kooperatif kan lebih banyak diatur oleh gurunya, dosennya, dan seterusnya. Saya pikir itu dari saya, Bu Neni. Mungkin kalau ada pertanyaan silahkan. Sekali lagi terima kasih, salam hormat untuk Ibu Susan yang luar biasa, yang rasanya seframe dengan saya, Ibu Susan ini. Waktu saya kembalikan pada Bu Neni. Silahkan Bu Neni.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Dr. Mustaji MPD, for bridging the presentation. I would like to make a short summary for what Professor Dr. Mustaji presented. So the world is now in the era of disruption, multi-literacy, digital, and the Industrial Revolution 4.0. It is significantly impacting our learning processes around the world. This is an era of unlimited learning, seamless learning with the use of technology. It is called mobile seamless learning, or MSL. The most challenging skills to develop in collaborations is collaboration skills. How to do that digitally? One solution is to do the online collaborative learning. And we also can do, the technology also open opportunity to do collaboration by sitting in together students across the border with similar time zone. That's the Professor Dr. Mustaji suggested during the presentation. And one example is the collaboration between Indonesia and Australia is possible to do because we have the small gap of time differences. Okay, thank you very much for our 2 distinguished speakers. Now it's time for Q&A. So you can type your questions in the chat room for our speakers. or you can directly raise your hand and talking to our keynote speakers. Is there any question from the audience? Somebody's typing. Alright.
Di Indonesia kontak connect pasca kontak resolutif.
Yeah.
Yes,
we have questions appear in my handphone. So let me read the question. Okay. The question is directly for Susan. So the first one is how to retain and attract quality of teachers, and the second one is how to integrate child, teacher, and principal health and well-being into the learning process. The question is for Ibu Su. So please, Ibu Su.
I'm just typing. There's a website. I'm answering the second question first.
Okay.
So I've just put the Bright website. So it's www.brit.org, I think. That is a health and well-being and resilience one specifically for teachers and initial teacher educators, people becoming teachers and for teachers. And that breaks down, it's research informed and explains to people how to cope with stress, well-being, etc. within their workforce. And it breaks down some myths. It tells you what actually happens. So that's the second part. So the first part, how do we attract and
how to retain and attract quality of teachers.
Okay, so you attract quality of teachers into a program and into a system that is quality. So we have to raise the profile of the teaching profession. And that was my first answer. And how do we do that? We get everyone talking positively about it, because currently many people talk negatively about it.
Yeah.
Oh, they're not doing the job. Oh, they're this, etc. So I think by changing the discourse and really promoting the role and the significant role of teacher education, that's going to be the important thing. And we can do that from government, from schools, from communities, etc. Schools are central to society. We want our children are our most precious resource. So we have to make sure that we bring people into that schooling sector.
Anyway, I like the idea of 4 years, 4 years working, and in the fifth year we can go anywhere we would like.
That's a nice idea, isn't it?
Nice idea.
There's two ways you can do it.
Is it happen in Australia?
One, you can do it, anyone can do that themselves.
Yeah.
At the moment, if they want to. Because if you go, instead of getting 100% wage, you go for 80% wage, then 80%, 80%, 80% for 4 years, and your fifth year, all of those 20% of your wage pays for your last year off. Anyone could do that now, but the department and government are trying to do that, have that on offer in a couple of our states here.
Yeah, of course we need support from the department, for the department and government as well, because then the question appear, what about the salary if they of working?
That's right, and that's why that you can do different programs. You can do the 20%. A whole range of different things that you can do. But it's cheaper if you look at that than upskilling, because then on the fifth year they can upskill. We already do it when people go off and have babies. We factor that into the system.
Yeah, because it's such a refreshment for teachers doing that. Yeah.
Look, we have, and I don't know if it's the same in Indonesia, but we have a lot of teachers when they graduate, they leave after 3 to 5 years. They finish, they go, they don't, so the retention is really bad for teachers. So if it was pretty tough and they knew they were having the fifth year off, maybe they could go and relax, have a year off, and then come back to it refreshed.
Rechargement time.
Recharge, retrain.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Ibu Su. It's very insightful. So there is a pure next question for Professor Dr. Mustaji. So the question is about how to differentiate between learning in formal setting and learning in informal setting for students in the era of pasca pandemic. Let me read the question into Indonesian. So, Pak Mustadi, bagaimana membedakan pembelajaran dengan formal setting dan informal setting pada siswa di era pasca pandemik?
Ya, oke, bagus. Bagaimana kita tidak bermaksud membedakan, jadi setting informal non formal itu diintegrasikan. Jadi kalau misalnya anak-anak kita belajar dari kelas maya, tentu misalnya Bu Neni ya, katakanlah kita menggunakan project based learning dalam pembelajaran. Tahapan perencanaan mungkin kita bisa melakukan di kelas ya dengan kelas maya seperti ini, atau mungkin datang ke kampus, kemudian pada saat mereka bekerja itu kan bisa individu, bisa kelompok, kerjanya bisa di kafe, bisa di rumahnya teman-teman, bisa di taman dan sebagainya. Yang di taman, yang di rumah, yang di kafe, yang di berbagai tempat tadi kan itu suasana informal, tidak lagi suasana formal. Pada saat diskusi secara chatting itu tadi kan kemasannya kan bukan kemasan formal, tapi kan kemasan informal. Dia sambil rebahan, sambil di tempat wisata, tapi kita bisa saling belajar secara kolaborasi dengan teman-temannya, baik dengan gurunya maupun dengan orang tuanya maupun dengan siswanya. Di program studi TV itu ada mata kuliah fotografi. Nah, hasil fotografinya itu tadi tidak hanya di-share di e-learning-nya UNESA, tidak hanya di-share di Google Classroom dosen, tapi kan di-online kan ke media sosial. Nah, media sosial tadi kan tidak lagi formal, tapi guru, pemerhati bidang media sosial kan bisa memberikan diminta memberikan penilaian terhadap produk fotografinya itu tadi. Maka settingnya kan setting informal. Pada anak usia dini, bagaimana orang itu misalnya kan ada kemandirian anak-anak usia dini. Bagaimana bangun sendiri, anak itu bisa bangun sendiri. Ini kebetulan nih Bu Neni putrinya kecil-kecil, Prof. Susan ini. Ya. Kalau lagi diskusi gitu banyak temannya kecil-kecil gitu kalau Bu Neni itu. Nah itu kan di playgroup di taman kanak-kanak itu kan ada siswa dapat bangun sendiri, kemandirian, bangun sendiri, tidak menangis, pakai baju sendiri, pakai makan sendiri, tidak ditulang. Nah, kemudian kan hasil laporan itu kalau ditanya kepada orang tuanya, Bu, putranya tadi bangun sendiri ya? Iya, anak saya pinter. Bu, tadi anaknya bangun sendiri ya? Iya, tapi kalau misalnya minta bagaimana portofolionya itu, nangis apa orang, pakai baju sendiri apa enggak, didulang apa enggak. Nah itu kan sudah enggak lagi membedakan pembelajaran formal dan informal. Nah, bagaimana penilaiannya Bu? Ini biasanya kan persoalan penilaian pembelajarannya. Kita nanti bisa menggunakan penilaian portofolio, bisa menggunakan penilaian produk, bisa penilaian kinerja, ragam penilaian untuk mengukur keberhasilan itu. Tapi setting pembelajaran sekarang sudah tidak zamannya lagi ini pembelajaran formal, ini non formal, ini informal, karena semua setting tadi bisa diintegrasikan. Dalam konteks sekarang ini bahasa kita belajar tanpa batas, ada batas informal, batas non formal, batas formal, batas waktu, batas tempat, batas sumber belajar, semuanya sudah ada. Karena kita bisa belajar apa saja, di mana saja, kapan saja, dengan cara apa saja. Tapi juga ada tadi, meskipun tidak ada batas geografi, tapi juga kita masih koridor tadi Bu. Kemarin kan S3, S2 Dadas itu kan menerima mahasiswa luar negeri yang tadi sini siang, sana jam 2 malam. Atau sebaliknya, itu kan ada kendala-kendala, mungkin bisa diatasi dengan cara yang asinkronus tadi, yang bisa bareng, bisa atau tidak bisa, monggo disesuaikan saja. Saya yakin teman-teman S3 Dikdas, S2 TP sudah pendidikannya mengatur bagaimana pembelajaran tanpa batas itu. Mungkin penelitian berikutnya kolaborasi Bu Neni, Bu Susan, Bu Wulan dengan Cina bisa bagaimana mengembangkan model-model pembelajaran tanpa batas untuk tahun depan, misalnya begitu. Saya dengan hati saya bisa mendampingi teman-teman. Penelitian bersama lagi Bu Neni. Karena setiap tahun ada penelitian kolaborasi rumpun pendidikan. Kalau kemarin kan Bu Neni, Bu Nunu, mungkin sekarang waktunya Bu Wulan menjadi ketua kelompok penelitian kolaborasi luar negeri. Nanti kan JBI Pasca. Saya biasanya yang begitu sudah waktunya nanti. Bu Neni, begitu Bu Neni.
Terima kasih Prof. Alright, according to Professor Dr. Mustaji, he said that we don't need to differentiate between formal and informal setting during this post-pandemic era because we can combine both. Even in this era, we can for example, if we are doing project-based learning in our classroom, so for planning the project, we can do it formally in the classroom, whether it's online or not. So and while there are students doing the project, so they can do it informally because they have to do collaboration together outside of the classroom and outside of the schools or campus. So both are informal as well. So and another nice example from Professor Dr. Mustaji is coming from his students from the photography units. They posted the photos, the product of the photos in the social media, and let the community and let the users of the social media judge whether the photo is good or not. So this is a kind of online assessment as well. So formal or informal setting is also can be combined in our assessment by doing that. I think that's all for the for sum up the Professor Dr. Mustaji's answer for the question. So because we ran out of time, unfortunately we have to end the second plenary session with our two distinguished speakers, and the next agenda is to give the certificates by our Chief of Committee, Ibu Dr. Wulan. Ibu, the floor is yours to give the certificates to Professor Susan and Professor Mustaji.
Thank you very much, Bu Neni. And host, please show the certificate. Thank you. Yeah, and congratulations, I would like to say for Professor Susan and Professor Mustaji for such an insightful presentation. So we would like to give you a certificate appreciation because your valuable contribution and you give a concert with UNESA activity. Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Susan.
Terima kasih banyak.
Ya, sama-sama. Alright, so next. Yeah. Next, I would like to give this certificate appreciation for our beloved Professor, Profesor Mustaji. Terima kasih banyak untuk waktunya ya, meskipun sekarang lagi di luar Surabaya, tapi masih menyempatkan waktu untuk bersama-sama dengan kami mengikuti kegiatan konser. Terima kasih banyak, Prof.
Terima kasih Bu Bulan, terima kasih Bu Susan. Ya jangan lupa kalau ke Indonesia, Surabaya, ya makan lontong balap. Tahu campurnya Surabaya.
I can't wait. Sampai waktu itu ya.
Sampai jumpa Ibu Susan.
Sampai
sampai jumpa.
Terima kasih banyak lagi. It's been a fantastic day for me.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Susan and Prof. Mustaji. Yeah, Bu Neni, back to you.
Thank you, Ibu Wulan, for the certificates offered to the our two distinguished speakers. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the end of our plenary session now. I apologize for all the mistakes and inconvenience I made during this moderatory session. So I give back the turn into our two great MCs. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon all.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you, Ms. Neni, for the interesting discussion. So for the next session, the attendees are welcome for an 45 minutes break.
So the next agenda will be parallel session and will be started after the break at 12:30. Once again at 12:30.
To all the presenters and participants, please make sure that you will be right back on time to the Zoom, and we will have the parallel session while you will join the breakout rooms based on your presentation theme.
Okay, see you again in 45 minutes. So once again, we'll see you again at 12:30. Thank you.
A campus from the best city in Indonesia, a city with a long history of tribal aneurysm. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Surabaya, a university with superior accreditation. Founded in 1964 as a teaching institute for education under the name ICEI Surabaya, to be an educational institution that carries the mandate as university that produces educators. Currently, UNESA, established as a center for education development, preservation of traditional arts, sports science, and inclusive services for people with disabilities. Growing to be a leading university, UNESA now manages 7 faculties consisting of 64 undergraduate study programs, 10 vocational programs, and 31 postgraduate study programs. The main campus is located in Lidawetan, Surabaya, with 7 main buildings. They are Rectorate Building, Board of Learning Development and Quality Assurance Building, and 3 faculty buildings including Faculty of Science Education, Faculty of Language and Art, Faculty of Sports Science, as well as postgraduate programs. And here is the oldest campus, Ketintang area. There are 4 faculty buildings and 1 vocational program building that includes Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Social Sciences and Law, and vocational programs. Managing the fields of study, education-based and non-educational study programs, UNESA is committed to improving the quality of education, fostering scientific traditions in research, promoting the spirit of community service, collaborating with stakeholders, and performing excellent, transparent, and accountable services. Reaching independent autonomic higher studies, welcoming the next step of UNESA as a legal entity higher education institution.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang UNESA. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Education is not only the key of our existence, but also the spirit of struggle of UNESA. Becoming one of the campuses that organize teacher professional education programs that produce professional educators, UNESA is committed to organizing various empowerment programs as a stimulus to develop faculty members and students, research development, and innovative product as the solution to problems in the society. UNESA, House of the Champions, a supportive ecosystem in producing competitive and well-qualified human resources with global perspective to compete on both national and international levels. In order to create a healthy learning ecosystem, UNESA continue to provide the best service with various quality facilities, national or international skill in the field of education, science, and sports. UNESA continuously commit to provide an outstanding service and friendly for people with disabilities. Supported with adequate facilities and infrastructure, a competitive environment, and a continuously moving to create a conservation campus. Futsal International Sports Arena, Container Students Dormitory, Sports Center, Language Center, Graha UNESA, Student Activity Center, Jogging Track, Equestrian Field, International Basketball Arena, Student Activity Units, Art Development, Character and Personality Building, Sports, outdoor activities.
UNESA, 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 UNESA,
UNESA, satu langkah di depan.
Turning point usually occur in many periods of life. Just like students who are in school, they will have to choose what faculty they want to get in. Some students are lucky to be able to find themselves and follow their dreams, but there are many students that still confused and could figure out themselves on what they want to be.
This place is very suitable for me and everyone else who is interested in engineering. In the normal school, we don't do a workshop, but in here we did it. It's different how you want to be in the future.
College of Industrial Technology, or CIT, is one of the faculties at King Mongkut's University of Technology, North Bangkok, which was established by the economic and academic collaborations between Thai government and German government.
In 1980, former Department of Industrial Technology became College of Industrial Technology.
The aim of our college is to prepare our students to be ready both academics and practice to the world of digital transformation so that they can get into the Industry 4.0 promptly.
The main principle of the program that College of Industrial Technology focuses is actual practice using project-based learning applied from the German teaching style. Focusing on practice and industrial experiences truly serves the industrial needs. Nowadays, College of Industrial Technology organizes 3 levels of education: pre-engineering technical certificate programs, undergraduate programs, and graduate programs. Pre-engineering certificate programs consist of electrical and electronics, mechanical and civil program in Thai and English. For undergraduate programs, there are 19 programs organized by 8 departments. 13 programs of 4-year undergraduate programs include 12 programs in Bachelor of Engineering, plus 1 in Bachelor of Science, 6 programs of 2 to 3 years for Bachelor of Industrial Technology. Lastly, graduate programs. College of Industrial Technology provides 10 programs for Master of Engineering, 2 programs for Master of Science, 1 for Doctorate Degree of Engineering, and 1 for Doctorate Degree of Philosophy.
Our college also provides pre-engineering programs for high school students in order to prepare them before pursuing another education in engineering and technology.
During the digital transformation era, CIT knowledge and experience transfer from well-known professors who specialize in various engineering fields and have strong background with the industries to ensure high benefits and education quality for the students. Besides, modern tools and equipment are provided throughout the courses. With the strong commitment to the students and the society, College of Industrial Technology produces qualified and competent graduates to serve various public and industrial sectors. CIT has organized many activities in order to prepare the students to become professional engineers with morality and ethics. College of Industrial Technology will keep our visions, producing specialized graduates, integrating technology, creating innovation, and moving toward international standard.
A campus from the best city in Indonesia, a city with a long history of struggle and heroism. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Surabaya, a university with superior accreditation. Founded in 1964 as a teaching institute for education under the name ICEI Surabaya, to be an educational institution that carries the mandate as university that produces educators. Currently, UNESA, established as a center for education development, preservation of traditional arts, sports science, and inclusive services for people with disabilities. Growing to be a leading university, UNESA now manages 7 faculties consisting of 64 undergraduate study programs, 10 vocational programs, and 31 postgraduate study programs. The main campus is located in Lidawetan, Surabaya, with 7 main buildings. They are Rectorate Building, Board of Learning Development and Quality Assurance Building, and 3 faculty buildings including Faculty of Science Education, Faculty of Language and Art, Faculty of Sports Science, as well as postgraduate programs. And here is the oldest campus, Ketintang area. There are 4 faculty buildings and 1 vocational program building that includes Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Social Sciences and Law, and vocational programs. Managing the fields of study, education-based and non-educational study programs, UNESA is committed to improving the quality of education, fostering scientific traditions in research, promoting the spirit of community service, collaborating with stakeholders, and performing excellent, transparent, and accountable services. Reaching independent autonomic higher studies, welcoming the next step of UNESA as a legal entity higher education institution.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang UNESA. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Education is not only the key of our existence, but also the spirit of struggle of UNESA. Becoming one of the campuses that organize teacher professional education programs that produce professional educators, UNESA is committed to organizing various empowerment programs as a stimulus to develop faculty members and students, research development, and innovative product as the solution to problems in the society. UNESA, House of the Champions. A supportive ecosystem in producing competitive and well-qualified human resources with global perspective to compete on both national and international levels. In order to create a healthy learning ecosystem, UNESA continue to provide the best service with various quality facilities, national or international skill in the field of education, science, and sports. UNESA continuously commit to provide an outstanding service and friendly for people with disabilities. Supported with adequate facilities and infrastructure, a competitive environment, and a continuously moving to create a conservation campus. Futsal International Sports Arena, Container Students Dormitory, Sports Center, Language Center, Geraha UNESA, Student Activity Center, Jogging Track, Equestrian Field, International Basketball Arena, Student Activity Units, Art Development, Character and Personality Building, Sports, outdoor activities.
UNESA, 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 UNESA,
UNESA.
UNESA, satu langkah di depan.
Turning point usually occur in many periods of life. Just like students who are in school, they will have to choose what faculty they want to get in. Some students are lucky to be able to find themselves and follow their dreams, but there are many students that still confused and could figure out themselves on what they want to be.
This place is very suitable for me and everyone else who is interested in engineering. In the normal school, we don't do a workshop, but in here we did it. It's different how you want to be in the future.
College of Industrial Technology, or CIT, is one of the faculties at King Mongkut's University of Technology, North Bangkok, which was established by the economic and academic collaborations between Thai government and German government. In 1980, former Department of Industrial Technology became College of Industrial Technology.
The aim of our college is to prepare our students to be ready both academics and practice to the world of digital transformation so that they can get into the Industry 4.0 promptly.
The main principle of the program that College of Industrial Technology focuses is actual practice using project-based learning applied from the German teaching style. Focusing on practice and industrial experiences truly serves the industrial needs. Nowadays, College of Industrial Technology organizes 3 levels of education: pre-engineering technical certificate programs, undergraduate programs, and graduate programs. Pre-engineering certificate programs consist of electrical and electronics, mechanical and civil program in Thai and English. For undergraduate programs, there are 19 programs organized by 8 departments. 13 programs of 4-year undergraduate programs include 12 programs in Bachelor of Engineering, plus 1 in Bachelor of Science, 6 programs of 2 to 3 years for Bachelor of Industrial Technology. Lastly, graduate programs. College of Industrial Technology provides 10 programs for Master of Engineering, 2 programs for Master of Science, 1 for Doctorate Degree of Engineering, and 1 for Doctorate Degree of Philosophy.
Our college also provides engineering programs for high school students in order to prepare them before pursuing another education in engineering and technology.
During the digital transformation era, CIT knowledge and experience transfer from well-known professors who specialize in various engineering fields and have strong background with the industries to ensure high benefits and education quality for the students. Besides, modern tools and equipment are provided throughout the courses. With a strong commitment to the students and the society, College of Industrial Technology produces qualified and competent graduates to serve various public and industrial sectors. CIT has organized many activities in order to prepare the students to become professional engineers with morality and ethics. College of Industrial Technology will keep our visions, producing specialized graduates, integrating technology, creating innovation, and moving toward international standard.
From Java City in Indonesia, a city with a long history of tribal and tourism. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Surabaya, a university with superior accreditation. Founded in 1964 as a teaching institute for education under the name ICEI Surabaya, to be an educational institution that carries the mandate as university that produces educators. Currently, UNESA, established as a center for education development, preservation of traditional arts, sports science, and inclusive services for people with disabilities. Growing to be a leading university, UNESA now manages 7 faculties consisting of 64 undergraduate study programs, 10 vocational programs, and 31 postgraduate study programs. The main campus is located in Lidawetan, Surabaya, with 7 main buildings. They are Rectorate Building, Board of Learning Development and Quality Assurance Building, and 3 faculty buildings including Faculty of Science Education, Faculty of Language and Art, Faculty of Sports Science, as well as postgraduate programs. And here is the oldest campus, Ketintang area. There are 4 faculty buildings and 1 vocational program building that includes Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Social Sciences and Law, and vocational programs. Managing the fields of study, education-based and non-educational study programs, UNESA is committed to improving the quality of education, fostering scientific traditions in research, promoting the spirit of community service, collaborating with stakeholders, and performing excellent, transparent, and accountable services. Reaching independent autonomic higher studies, welcoming the next step of UNESA as a legal entity higher education institution.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang UNESA. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Education is not only the key of our existence, but also the spirit of struggle of UNESA. Becoming one of the campuses that organize teacher professional education programs that produce professional educators, UNESA is committed to organizing various empowerment programs as a stimulus to develop faculty members and students, research development, and innovative product as a solution to problems in the society. UNESA, House of the Champions. A supportive ecosystem in producing competitive and well-qualified human resources with global perspective to compete on both national and international levels. In order to create a healthy learning ecosystem, UNESA continues to provide the best service with various quality facilities, national or international skill in the field of education, science, and sports. UNESA continuously commit to provide an outstanding service and friendly for people with disabilities. Supported with adequate facilities and infrastructure, a competitive environment, and a continuously moving to create a conservation campus. Futsal International Sports Arena, Container Students Dormitory, Sports Center, Language Center, Geraha UNESA, Student Activity Center, Jogging track, equestrian field, International Basketball Arena, Student Activity Units, Art Development, Character and Personality Building, Sports, Outdoor Activities.
UNESA, 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 UNESA,
UNESA.
UNESA, satu langkah di depan.
Turning point usually occur in many periods of life. Just like students who are in school, they will have to choose what faculty they want to get in. Some students are lucky to be able to find themselves and follow their dreams, but there are many students that still confused and could figure out themselves on what they want to be.
This place is very suitable for me and everyone else who is interested in engineering. In the normal school, we don't do a workshop, but in here we did it. It's different how you want to be in the future.
College of Industrial Technology, or CIT, is one of the faculties at King Mongkut's University of Technology, North Bangkok, which was established by the economic and academic collaborations between Thai government and German government. In 1980, former Department of Industrial Technology became College of Industrial Technology.
The aim of our college is to prepare our students to be ready both academics and practice to the world of digital transformation so that they can get into the Industry 4.0 properly.
The main principle of the program that College of Industrial Technology focuses is actual practice
using project-based learning applied from the German teaching style. Focusing on practice and industrial experiences truly serves the industrial needs. Nowadays, College of Industrial Technology organizes 3 levels of education: pre-engineering technical certificate programs, undergraduate programs, and graduate programs. Pre-engineering certificate programs consist of electrical and electronics, mechanical and civil program, in Thai and English. For undergraduate programs, there are 19 programs organized by 8 departments. 13 programs of 4-year undergraduate programs include 12 programs in Bachelor of Engineering, plus 1 in Bachelor of Science, 6 programs of 2 to 3 years for Bachelor of Industrial Technology. Lastly, graduate programs. College of Industrial Technology provides 10 programs for Master of Engineering, 2 programs for Master of Science, 1 for Doctorate Degree of Engineering, and 1 for Doctorate Degree of Philosophy.
Our college also provides pre-engineering programs for high school students in order to prepare them before pursuing another education in engineering and technology.
During the digital transformation era, CIT knowledge and experience transfer from well-known professors who specialize in various engineering fields and have strong background with the industries to ensure high benefits and education quality for the students. Besides, modern tools and equipment are provided throughout the courses. With a strong commitment to the students and the society, College of Industrial Technology produces qualified and competent graduates to serve various public and industrial sectors. CIT has organized many activities in order to prepare the students to become professional engineers with morality and ethics. College of Industrial Technology will keep our visions, producing specialized graduates, integrating technology, creating innovation, and moving toward international standard.
Mohon membayar pajak penghasilan.
Tidak mau.
50% dari harga yang di.
Selamat kepada Ibu Neni Mariana PhD yang telah mendapatkan hadiah. Selamat. Harusnya kayak yang video-video itu ya. Terima kasih Pak PJP.
Iya ya, harus ada videonya dong.
A campus from the best city in Indonesia, a city with a long history of struggle and heroism. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Surabaya, a university with superior accreditation. Founded in 1964 as a teaching institute for education under the name ICEI Surabaya, to be an educational institution that carries the mandate as
Terima kasih BJB.
Terima kasih BJB.
Karya selanjutnya.
Currently, UNESA, established as a center for education development, preservation of traditional arts, sports science, and inclusive services for people with disabilities.
Thank you
Growing to
BJB.
become a leading university,
Thank you
UNESA
Indonesia.
now manages 7 faculties consisting of 64 undergraduate study programs, 10 vocational programs, and 32 postgraduate study programs.
Yang dapat Dor.
The main campus is located in Widawetan, Surabaya, with 7 main buildings. They are Rectorate Building, Board of Learning Development and Quality Assurance Building,
Ketua ICEI
and 3 faculty
2023,
buildings
Neni
in
Mariana.
Amin.
Faculty of Science Education. Faculty of Language and Art.
Kita mulai ya.
Faculty of Sports Science.
The next session is going to start in 5 minutes.
As well as postgraduate programs. And here is the oldest campus, Ketintang area. There are 4 faculty buildings.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is going to start in 5 minutes. Please be ready.
Iya ini lagi. Mana? Gitu loh. Ini ngomongnya gimana?
Berarti pas kamu ini kan?
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all,
Iya, first of all.
we want to express, we want to greet.
Iya, boleh.
We want to greet the
Invited speakers.
our 2 invited speakers.
Koordinator Bu, naik pangkat.
Terus habis selesai aku ngucapin
Baru mereka room.
Nggak ini dong. Kebalik
Gini,
ae.
gini, kamu nyapa oh. Engko iki tak iki yo, iki tak apa tak wajokno sing iki.
Sing ijo.
Heeh, kok belet dhisik awak meneh.
Kamu sampai sertifikat berarti ya?
Belet
Ini bilang kalau di assign ya?
Yes, yes.
Oke. Kalau partisipannya, pasifnya free to join. Free to join any breakout room. Bisa kalau
More.
Give me more.
Give me more.
Jadi viral loh, jangan
Harusnya Bu Nani jangan ngomong. Iya, diam-diam.
Kita kan pencitraan.
Iya, kamu tahu Bu Nani?
Iya, yang mau jadi ini ya koordinator tahun depan itu ya. Oh iya. Tepat sekali.
Betul sekali.
Papernya kan 72. 12 orang itu
Pasif.
12 itu kayak Pak Deka.
Perlu nggak sih info ini yang
Pak Deka. Kan papernya banyak.
Perlu nggak yang pembayaran sertifikat itu perlu ngomongin dulu nggak?
Nanti untuk masalah pembayaran, sertifikat, terus publikasi,
Nanti yang itu yang kamu bilang.
Telegram sama
Iya, suruh join TG aja kalau gitu. Harusnya masih ini. I think we should start. Tapi nyiapin ini ya. Iya.
Cek. Give me more. I can lick it. I can run.
Astagfirullahaladzim.
Little stuck inside it. You can
Nggak bisa bikin. Nggak mau kita pencitraan.
pencitraan dong.
Iya.
Why you ask the question?
I want to know what was your activity.
Enjoying my Saturday night with my husband and kid. Yes, my lovely.
Namanya your husband mau keluar sama kamu?
Of course not.
But I won't. I will force him. 3 tahun. Seumur korn.
Fase-fase dia mulai bisa.
Oke. Yes, dia udah declare sih. Enggak.
Dia udah mulai duluan cari.
Astagfirullah mulutnya. Nauzubillah min dzalik.
Berhati-hati.
Enak aja. Enggak apa-apa
Masih ini ya, oke.
Oke, masih kencang.
Nanti ikut deh kelas 2 ada.
Apa?
Ada.
Aduh, ada segera dimulai nggak sih?
Sudah covernya sih ya?
Oh itu loh, itu.
Jadi nanti peserta akan kita assign.
Yang
Terus,
assign panitia.
gimana kita tahu dia ruang berarti disuruh nulis rename, suruh rename.
Iya, nanti di dalam moderator.
Kenapa? Daftar peserta.
Mereka sudah di-share ke peserta belum?
Sudah.
Voting aja.
Rename anunya aja.
Room ya. Tapi kita juga ada listnya. Mas, Pak Dimas apa dikirimkan ke mereka listnya?
Sudah beda. Enggak biar cepat maksudnya.
Gak apa-apa, nanti kita ingatkan untuk ini. Berarti nanti yang pas ini, yang assign ini Pak Jelasno ya. Mohon di mungkin ada bahasa Indonesia juga dari pihak mereka. Iya. Ya. Ayo Mas, siap?
Mas, oke ready? Mas 3, 2, 1.
Alright, so good afternoon everyone. Welcome back to the second sessions of our today's conference. So how was the plenary sessions? We hope that all of you were gaining a lot of beneficial insights and experiences through the parallel sessions, plenary sessions. Sure, meeting an expert, academician, and practitioners give us chance to improve our skills. Alright, my apologize. So there was a problem during the, so I'll start it all over again. So good afternoon everyone, selamat siang. Welcome back to the second session of our today's international conference. So how was the plenary session? We hope that all of you gain a lot of beneficial insights and experience through that session. And sure, meeting an expert, academician, and practitioners give us a chance to improve our skills, competencies, and also connections, particularly in education field. However, at this moment, you will expand your connections as you will be joining a breakout rooms with a lot of presenters from different countries.
Before we proceed to the parallel session, first of all, I want to greet our invited speakers. There are 2 of them. The first one is Associate Professor Dr. Chetawit Pompipatpong. I hope I pronounce it right. from Associate Dean for Research and Innovation Promotion, CIT KMU TNB Thailand. And then the second invited speaker, Mr. Badru Soleh, MA PhD, from Educational and Cultural Attaché, Indonesian Embassy in Riyadh. Welcome.
Welcome. So we have 2 invited speakers in 2 different rooms. So for all of the presenters, we want to inform you that all of the presenters are, all of you will be joining breakout rooms. For your informations, we will assign you into the right rooms. So first of all, please rename your username into the room name _ your name. So once again, please rename your username with your room name _ your full name. For example, room 1 _ Asar. Oke, Bapak Ibu sekalian, kami akan meng-assign atau memindahkan Bapak Ibu ke room-room sesuai pembagian room. Mohon bantuannya untuk merubah username Bapak Ibu dengan nomor ruangan _ atau garis bawah nama lengkap Bapak Ibu sekalian. Kami berikan waktu sebentar untuk Bapak Ibu melakukan perubahan username. Once again, for all of the presenters, please kindly change your username into the room, the number of your room, and then _ followed by your full name. Sekali lagi, Bapak Ibu presenter, mohon merubah username masing-masing dengan nomor ruangan, garis bawah nama lengkap Bapak Ibu. Panitia akan meng-assign Bapak Ibu untuk bergabung di room masing-masing. Okay, thank you. I've seen some of you have changed your username. Once again, presenters, please kindly change your username into room number _ your full name. So if you have any obstacles during joining the breakout rooms, or if you are a participant wants to join in breakout rooms, just let us know. So just send us a private chat through the chat box to the committee. So the name of the committee is Ruang Utama. So you might provide us with your informations about your room. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, participants and presenters, before we end up our sessions today, we would like to give you some important informations regarding our today's conference. The first of all, in terms of the certificate, it will be sent to you through your email. So please, while you are completing the link of attendance, make sure that you write down a right email address. And second, in terms of the publication of your papers, we will inform you either in our website or in our Telegram group or by email. Please be sure that we will give you an updated information about your publications.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the parallel session, the parallel session is one of the last agenda in today's conference, so we are leading to the end of the events. With this, we would like to apologize if there is any shortcomings and inconveniences. Thank you very much for joining us today, and may this event give you fruitful experiences. Now, we would leave you with a quote by Stuart Brand, an author and innovative thinker, who once said, "We can see the past, but we cannot influence it. We can influence the future, but not see it." Hopefully, we all can be guided by all the things we have learned and heard throughout this conference and be able to influence our future.
Before we part, please accept this verse from us. Kalau ada jarum yang patah, jangan disimpan di dalam peti. Kalau ada silap dan salah, harap sudi maafkan kami.
See you again in the next ICEI. Have a wonderful day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Kompornya Ibu Koordinator. Serah jabatan Koordinator Konferensi. Ya, kalau ini berarti masukin satu-satu ya. Nah, masukin satu-satu. Gimana enggak? Menurut lingkungannya. Oke. Ya, organizing smart people, teaching smart people how to learn. Sampai kayak gitu. Kamu ngapain baca itu? Aku ngurusin 6 ketua konferensi. Otakku sudah jebol rasanya. Gitu. Makanya harus belajar dong. Nomor 1 yang paling susah itu profesi dokter. Nomor 2 itu orang pintar. Jadi PhD, profesor itu organizing these smart people itu susah. PhD. Sampai aku mahasiswanya sopo tak ini. Iya, pembicara berikutnya adalah Ibu Neni Mariana PhD. Gak apa-apa kan Indonesian ini. Loh, ini tapi konteksnya international webinar loh. PhD, filosofi. Iya, kalau itu national webinar ya. Filosofi dok. Nggak bisa dipakai toh? Ya Allah ya, jangan lu ganti lagi, beli lagi. Ada luar saja jaketnya 2022. Lihat Bu Neni nanti, Bu Neni. Blazer dong, blazer. Masih ada Bu Neni ukuran S. Kemarin kita nggak bisa, Boy. Udah, kita nggak bisa. Oh, nggak tanya. Semua kita pilih masing-masing. Kayak rebutan. Aduh, kalau tanya kata apa? Wis gak kepikiran jaket. Cek. Apa yang Irang pikirkan sekarang? Ini mencari pengganti. Monggo Pak Dekan. Ada yang di bawah juga enggak apa-apa. Jangan esok. Bukan. Berdiri tetap. Agak jauh motonya biar kelihatan kurus. Mas di luar ya motonya. Kalau deket-deket di Mas di luar. Iya. Saya kelihatan gendut, Bu. Iya.
Atau review per artikel?
Dapat transport atau enggak?
Mungkin dapat, nah tak tanyakan ke.
Iya. Kenapa bisa pakai uang saya? Tapi hari ini dapat, kasihan kan kerja.
Nah, masalahnya belum tentu nanti dikasih sama Bu.
Tapi katanya dikasih. Cek, selamat Bu Wulan. Selamat, terima kasih Pak Dekan, Pak Heri yang sudah mendukung. Serah terima ketua konferensi sebelah sini.
Recording in progress.
For interpretation. The limitation criteria of the suspect program, the completeness program to step and conformity between the content of the article, the analysis principle of the CIPP model. Result, based your finding, there are 6 category of plugging the program that mostly developed in Indonesia. 10 schools are using counseling or content to against bullying. You can show the graphic. 8 school habituated behavior program for the student. 6 schools develop learning media to teach about anti-bullying.
About 10 years, while 58% enter below 10 years. And for measure teacher burnout, this research using instrument from Maslach Burnout Inventory by Maslach and Jackson, 1982. And for measure the quality of teacher interaction in the class, this study using instrument from the classroom assessment scoring system for kindergarten. And in the study, the sample was selected using a purposive sampling technique to responding, which is the teachers filling out.
Recording in progress.
360 million people, 11 member countries,
9
associate member countries,
and 7
affiliate members, 26 senior centers and networks, 1 senior secretariat, guided by the vision and the mission and the CMO 7 priority areas, working together to nurture human capacities and explore the people's fullest potential. We are the executive arm of the CMO Council, bridging the CMO centers and network with the highest policy-making body, the CMO Council, and together we transform. From Southeast Asia through innovations in education, science, and culture for all learners. $360 million people, 11 member countries,
9
associate member countries,
and 7
affiliate members, 26 CMO centers and network, 1. Senior Secretariat. Guided by the vision. And mission. And the CMO 7 priority areas, working together to nurture human capacities and explore the people's fullest potential. We are the executive arm of the CMO Council, bridging the CMO centers and network with the highest policy-making body, the CMO Council. And together, we transform Southeast Asia through innovations in education, science, and culture for all learners. $360 million people, 11 member countries,
9
associate member countries,
and 7
affiliate members, 26 CMO centers and network, 1 CMO Secretariat, guided by the vision, and mission, and the CMO 7 priority areas, working together to nurture human capacities and explore the people's fullest potential. We are the executive arm of the CMO Council, bridging the CMO centers and network with the highest policy-making body, the CMO Council. And together, we transform Southeast Asia through innovations in education, science, and culture for all learners. $360 million people, 11 member countries,
9
associate member countries,
and 7
affiliate members, 26 CMO centers and network, 1 CMO Secretariat, guided by the vision, and mission, and the CMO 7 priority areas, working together to nurture human capacities and explore the people's fullest potential. We are the executive arm of the CMO Council, bridging the CMO centers and network with the highest policy-making body, the CMO Council. And together, we transform Southeast Asia through innovations in education, science, and culture for all learners. $360 million people, 11 member countries,
9
associate member countries,
and 7
affiliate members, 26 CMU centers and network. One CMU Secretariat. Guided by the vision and mission and the CMU 7 priority areas, working together to nurture human capacities and explore the people's fullest potential. We are the executive arm of the CMU Council, bridging the CMU centers and network with the highest policy-making body, the CMU Council. And together, we transform Southeast Asia through innovations in education, science, and culture for all learners. $360 million people, 11 member countries,
9
associate member countries,
and 7
affiliate members, 26 CMU centers and network, 1 CMU Secretariat, guided by the vision and mission.
Halo, halo. Minta tolong masukkan
and the
turun
CMU 7
satu.
priority areas, working together to nurture human capacities and explore the people's fullest potential. We are the executive arm of the CMU Council, bridging the CMU centers and network with the highest policy-making body, the CMU Council. And together, we transform Southeast Asia through innovations in education, science, and culture for all learners. $360 million people, 11 member countries,
9
associate member countries,
and 7
affiliate members, 26 CMU centers and network, 1 CMU Secretariat, guided by the vision and mission and the CMU 7 priority areas, working together to nurture human capacities and explore the people's fullest potential. We are the executive arm of the CMU Council, bridging the CMU centers and network with the highest policy-making body, the CMU Council. And together, we transform Southeast Asia through innovations in education, science, and culture for all learners. $360 million people, 11 member countries,
9
associate member countries,
and 7
affiliate members, 26 CMU centers and network, 1 CMU secretariat, guided by the vision and mission and the CMU 7 priority areas, working together to nurture human capacities and explore the people's fullest potential. We are the executive arm of the CMU Council, bridging the CMU centers and network with the highest policy-making body, the CMU Council. And together, we transform Southeast Asia through innovations in education, science, and culture for all learners. $360 million people, 11 member countries,
9
associate member countries,
and 7
affiliate members, 26 CMU centers and network, 1 CMU secretariat, guided by the vision and mission and the CMU 7 priority areas, working together to nurture human capacities and explore the people's fullest potential. We are the executive arm of the CMU Council, bridging the CMU centers and network with the highest policy-making body, the CMU Council. And together, we transform Southeast Asia through innovations in education, science, and culture for all learners. $360 million people, 11 member countries,
9
associate member countries,
and 7
affiliate members, 26 CMU centers and network, 1 CMU secretariat, guided by the vision and mission and the CMU 7 priority areas, working together to nurture human capacities and explore the people's fullest potential. We are the executive arm of the CMU Council, bridging the CMU centers and network with the highest policy-making body, the CMU Council. And together, we transform Southeast Asia through innovations in education, science, and culture.
A campus from the best city in Indonesia, a city with long history of struggle and heroism. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Surabaya, a university with superior accreditation. Founded in 1964 as a teaching institute for education under the name ICEI Surabaya, to be an educational institution that carries the mandate as university that produces educators. Currently, UNESA, established as a center for education development, preservation of traditional arts, sports science, and inclusive services for people with disabilities. Growing to be a leading university, UNESA now manages 7 faculties consisting of 64 undergraduate study programs, 10 vocational programs, and 31 postgraduate study programs. The main campus is located in Lidawetan, Surabaya, with 7 main buildings. They are Rectorate Building, Board of Learning Development and Quality Assurance Building, and 3 faculty buildings including Faculty of Science Education, Faculty of Language and Art, Faculty of Sports Science, as well as postgraduate programs. And here is the oldest campus, Ketintang area. There are 4 faculty buildings and 1 vocational program building that includes Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Social Sciences and Law, and vocational programs. Managing the fields of study, education-based and non-educational study programs, UNESA is committed to improving the quality of education, fostering scientific traditions in research, promoting the spirit of community service, collaborating with stakeholders, and performing excellent, transparent, and accountable services. Reaching independent autonomic higher studies, welcoming the next step of UNESA as a legal entity higher education institution.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang UNESA. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Education is not only the key of our existence, but also the spirit of struggle of UNESA. Becoming one of the campuses that organize teacher professional education programs that produce professional educators, UNESA is committed to organizing various empowerment programs as a stimulus to develop faculty members and students, research development, and innovative product as the solution to problems in the society. UNESA, House of the Champions. A supportive ecosystem in producing competitive and well-qualified human resources with global perspective to compete on both national and international levels. In order to create a healthy learning ecosystem, UNESA continue to provide the best service with various quality facilities, national or international scale in the field of education, science, and sports. UNESA continuously commit to provide an outstanding service and friendly for people with disabilities. Supported with adequate facilities and infrastructure, a competitive environment, and a continuously moving to create a conservation campus. Futsal International Sports Arena, Container Students Dormitory, Sports Center, Language Center, Geraha UNESA, Student Activity Center, Jogging track, Equestrian field, International Basketball Arena, Student Activity Units, Art Development, Character and Personality Building, Sports, Outdoor activities.
UNESA, 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 UNESA,
UNESA.
UNESA, satu langkah di depan.
Each person turning point usually occur in many periods of life. Just like students who are in school, they will have to choose what faculty they want to get in. Some students are lucky to be able to find themselves and follow their dreams, but there are many students that still confused and could figure out themselves on what they want to be.
This place is very suitable for me and everyone else who is interested in engineering. In a normal school, we don't do a workshop, but in here we did it. It's different how you want to be in the future.
College of Industrial Technology, or CIT, is one of the faculties at King Mongkut's University of Technology, North Bangkok, which was established by the economic and academic collaborations between Thai government and German government. In 1980, former Department of Industrial Technology became College of Industrial Technology.
The aim of our college is to prepare our students to be ready both academics and practice to the world of digital transformation so that they can get into the Industry 4.0 promptly.
The main principle of the program that College of Industrial Technology focuses is actual practice using project-based learning applied from the German teaching style. Focusing on practice and industrial experiences truly serves the industrial needs. Nowadays, College of Industrial Technology organizes 3 levels of education: pre-engineering technical certificate programs, undergraduate programs, and graduate programs. Pre-engineering certificate programs consist of electrical and electronics, mechanical and civil program, in Thai and English. For undergraduate programs, there are 19 programs organized by 8 departments. 13 programs of 4-year undergraduate programs include 12 programs in Bachelor of Engineering, plus 1 in Bachelor of Science, 6 programs of 2 to 3 years for Bachelor of Industrial Technology. Lastly, graduate programs. College of Industrial Technology provides 10 programs for Master of Engineering, 2 programs for Master of Science, 1 for Doctorate Degree of Engineering, and 1 for Doctorate Degree of Philosophy.
Our college also provides engineering programs for high school students in order to prepare them before pursuing another education in engineering and technology.
During the digital transformation era, CIT knowledge and experience transfer from well-known professors who specialize in various engineering fields and have strong background with the industries to ensure high benefits and education quality for the students. Besides, modern tools and equipment are provided throughout the courses. With a strong commitment to the students and the society, College of Industrial Technology produces qualified and competent graduates to serve various public and industrial sectors. CIT has organized many activities in order to prepare the students to become professional engineers with morality and ethics. College of Industrial Technology will keep our visions, producing specialized graduates, integrating technology, creating innovation, and moving toward international standard.
A campus from the best city in Indonesia, a city with a long history of struggle and heroism. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Surabaya, a university with superior accreditation. Founded in 1964 as a teaching institute for education under the name IKIP Surabaya, to be an educational institution that carries the mandate as university that produces educators. Currently, UNESA, established as a center for education development, preservation of traditional arts, sports science, and inclusive services for people with disabilities. Growing to be a leading university, UNESA now manages 7 faculties consisting of 64 undergraduate study programs, 10 vocational programs, and 31 postgraduate study programs. The main campus is located in Lidawetan, Surabaya with 7 main buildings. They are Rectorate Building, Board of Learning Development and Quality Assurance Building, and 3 faculty buildings including Faculty of Science Education, Faculty of Language and Art, Faculty of Sports Science, as well as postgraduate programs. And here is the oldest campus, Ketintang area. There are 4 faculty buildings and 1 vocational program building that includes Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Social Sciences and Law, and vocational programs. Managing the fields of study, education-based and non-educational study programs, UNESA is committed to improving the quality of education, fostering scientific traditions in research, promoting the spirit of community service, collaborating with stakeholders, and performing excellent, transparent, and accountable services. Reaching independent autonomic higher studies, welcoming the next step of UNESA as a legal entity higher education institution.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang UNESA. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Education is not only the key of our existence, but also the spirit of struggle of UNESA. Becoming one of the campuses that organize teacher professional education programs that produce professional educators, UNESA is committed to organizing various empowerment programs as a stimulus to develop faculty members and students, research development, and innovative product as the solution to problems in the society. UNESA, House of the Champions. A supportive ecosystem in producing competitive and well-qualified human resources with global perspective to compete on both national and international levels. In order to create a healthy learning ecosystem, UNESA continues to provide the best service with various quality facilities, national or international scale, in the field of education, science, and sports. UNESA continuously commit to provide an outstanding service and friendly for people with disabilities. Supported with adequate facilities and infrastructure, a competitive environment, and a continuously moving to create a conservation campus. Futsal International Sports Arena, Container Students Dormitory, Sports Center, Language Center, Geraha UNESA, Student Activity Center, jogging track, equestrian field, international basketball arena, student activity units, art development, character and personality building, sports, outdoor activities.
UNESA, 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 UNESA,
UNESA.
UNESA, satu langkah di depan.
Each person turning point usually occur in many periods of life. Just like students who are in school, they will have to choose what faculty they want to get in. Some students are lucky to be able to find themselves and follow their dreams, but there are many students that still confused and could figure out themselves on what they want to be.
This place is very suitable for me and everyone else who is interested in engineering. In the normal school, we don't do a workshop, but in here we did it. It's different how you want to be in the future.
College of Industrial Technology, or CIT, is one of the faculties at King Mongkut's University of Technology, North Bangkok, which was established by the economic and academic collaborations between Thai government and German government. In 1980, former Department of Industrial Technology became College of Industrial Technology.
The aim of our college is to prepare our students to be ready both academics and practice to the world of digital transformation so that they can get into the Industry 4.0 promptly.
The main principle of the program that College of Industrial Technology focuses is actual practice using project-based learning applied from the German teaching style. Focusing on practice and industrial experiences truly serves the industrial needs. Nowadays, College of Industrial Technology organizes 3 levels of education: pre-engineering technical certificate programs, undergraduate programs, and graduate programs. Pre-engineering certificate programs consist of electrical and electronics, mechanical and civil program in Thai and English. For undergraduate programs, there are 19 programs organized by 8 departments. 13 programs of 4-year undergraduate programs include 12 programs in Bachelor of Engineering, plus 1 in Bachelor of Science, 6 programs of 2 to 3 years for Bachelor of Industrial Technology. Lastly, graduate programs. College of Industrial Technology provides 10 programs for Master of Engineering, 2 programs for Master of Science, 1 for Doctorate degree of Engineering, and one for doctorate degree of philosophy.
Our college also provides engineering programs for high school students in order to prepare them before pursuing another education in engineering and technology.
During the digital transformation era, CIT knowledge and experience transfer from well-known professors who specialize in various engineering fields and have strong background with the industries to ensure high benefits and education quality for the students. Besides, modern tools and equipment are provided throughout the courses. With a strong commitment to the students and the society, College of Industrial Technology produces qualified and competent graduates to serve various public and industrial sectors. CIT has organized many activities in order to prepare the students to become professional engineers with morality and ethics. College of Industrial Technology will keep our visions, producing specialized graduates, integrating technology, creating innovation, and moving toward international standard.
A campus from the best city in Indonesia, a city with a long history of struggle and heroism. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Surabaya, a university with superior accreditation. Founded in 1964 as a teaching institute for education under the name ICEI Surabaya, to be an educational institution that carries the mandate as university that produces educators. Currently, UNESA, established as a center for education development, preservation of traditional arts, sports science, and inclusive services for people with disabilities. Growing to be a leading university, UNESA now manages 7 faculties consisting of 64 undergraduate study programs, 10 vocational programs, and 31 postgraduate study programs. The main campus is located in Lidawetan, Surabaya, with 7 main buildings. They are Rectorate Building, Board of Learning Development and Quality Assurance Building, and 3 faculty buildings including Faculty of Science Education, Faculty of Language and Art, Faculty of Sports Science, as well as postgraduate programs. And here is the oldest campus, Ketintang area. There are 4 faculty buildings and 1 vocational program building that includes Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Social Sciences and Law, and vocational programs. Managing the fields of study, education-based and non-educational study programs, UNESA is committed to improving the quality of education, fostering scientific traditions in research, promoting the spirit of community service, collaborating with stakeholders, and performing excellent, transparent, and accountable services. Reaching independent autonomic higher studies, welcoming the next step of UNESA as a legal entity higher education institution.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang UNESA. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Education is not only the key of our existence, but also the spirit of struggle of UNESA. Becoming one of the campuses that organize teacher professional education programs that produce professional educators, UNESA is committed to organizing various empowerment programs as a stimulus to develop faculty members and students, research development, and innovative product as a solution to problems in the society. UNESA, House of the Champions. A supportive ecosystem in producing competitive and well-qualified human resources with global perspective to compete on both national and international levels. In order to create a healthy learning ecosystem, UNESA continues to provide the best service with various quality facilities, national or international scale, in the field of education, science, and sports. UNESA continuously commit to provide an outstanding service and friendly for people with disabilities. Supported with adequate facilities and infrastructure, a competitive environment, and a continuously moving to create a conservation campus. Futsal International Sports Arena, Container Students Dormitory, Sports Center, Language Center, Geraha UNESA, Student Activity Center, Jogging Track, Equestrian Field, International Basketball Arena, Student Activity Units, Art Development, Character and Personality Building, Sports, outdoor activities.
UNESA, 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 UNESA,
UNESA,
UNESA,
satu langkah di depan.
Each person turning point usually occur in many periods of life. Just like students who are in school, they will have to choose what faculty they want to get in. Some students are lucky to be able to find themselves and follow their dreams, but there are many students that still confused and could figure out themselves on what they want to be.
This place is very suitable for me and everyone else who is interested in engineering. In the normal school, we don't do a workshop, but in here we did it. It's different how you want to be in the future.
College of Industrial Technology, or CIT, is one of the faculties at King Mongkut's University of Technology, North Bangkok, which was established by the economic and academic collaborations between Thai government and German government. In 1980, former Department of Industrial Technology became College of Industrial Technology.
The aim of our college is to prepare our students to be ready both academics and practice to the world of digital transformation so that they can get into the Industry 4.0 promptly.
The main principle of the program that College of Industrial Technology focuses is actual practice using project-based learning applied from the German teaching style. Focusing on practice and industrial experiences truly serves the industrial needs. Nowadays, College of Industrial Technology organizes 3 levels of education: pre-engineering technical certificate programs, undergraduate programs, and graduate programs. Pre-engineering certificate programs consist of electrical and electronics, mechanical and civil program in Thai and English. For undergraduate programs, there are 19 programs organized by 8 departments. 13 programs of 4-year undergraduate programs include 12 programs in Bachelor of Engineering, plus 1 in Bachelor of Science, 6 programs of 2 to 3 years for Bachelor of Industrial Technology. Lastly, graduate programs. College of Industrial Technology provides 10 programs for Master of Engineering, 2 programs for Master of Science, 1 for Doctorate Degree of Engineering, and 1 for Doctorate Degree of Philosophy.
Our college also provides engineering programs for high school students in order to prepare them before pursuing another education in engineering and technology.
During the digital transformation era, CIT knowledge and experience transfer from well-known professors who specialize in various engineering fields and have strong background with the industries to ensure high benefits and education quality for the students. Besides, modern tools and equipment are provided throughout the courses. With a strong commitment to the students and the society, College of Industrial Technology produces qualified and competent graduates to serve various public and industrial sectors. CIT has organized many activities in order to prepare the students to become professional engineers with morality and ethics. College of Industrial Technology will keep our visions, producing specialized graduates, integrating technology, creating innovation, and moving toward international standard.
A campus from the best city in Indonesia, a city with a long history of struggle and heroism. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Surabaya, a university with superior accreditation. Founded in 1964 as a teaching institute for education under the name ICEI Surabaya, to be an educational institution that carries the mandate as university that produces educators. Currently, UNESA, established as a center for education development, preservation of traditional arts, sports science, and inclusive services for people with disabilities. Growing to be a leading university, UNESA now manages 7 faculties consisting of 64 undergraduate study programs, 10 vocational programs, and 31 postgraduate study programs. The main campus is located in Lidawetan, Surabaya, with 7 main buildings. They are Rectorate Building, Board of Learning Development and Quality Assurance Building, and 3 faculty buildings including Faculty of Science Education, Faculty of Language and Art, Faculty of Sports Science, as well as postgraduate programs. And here is the oldest campus, Ketintang area. There are 4 faculty buildings and 1 vocational program building that includes Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Social Sciences and Law, and vocational programs. Managing the fields of study, education-based and non-educational study programs, UNESA is committed to improving the quality of education, fostering scientific traditions in research, promoting the spirit of community service, collaborating with stakeholders, and performing excellent, transparent, and accountable services. Reaching independent autonomic higher studies, welcoming the next step of UNESA as a legal entity higher education institution.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang UNESA. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Education is not only the key of our existence, but also the spirit of struggle of UNESA. Becoming one of the campuses that organize teacher professional education programs that produce professional educators, UNESA is committed to organizing various empowerment programs as a stimulus to develop faculty members and students, research development, and innovative product as the solution to problems in the society. UNESA, House of the Champions. A supportive ecosystem in producing competitive and well-qualified human resources with global perspective to compete on both national and international levels. In order to create a healthy learning ecosystem, UNESA continued to provide the best service with various quality facilities, national or international scale, in the field of education, science, and sports. UNESA continuously commit to provide an outstanding service and friendly for people with disabilities. Supported with adequate facilities and infrastructure, a competitive environment, and a continuously moving to create a conservation campus. Futsal International Sports Arena, Container Students Dormitory, Sports Center, Language Center, Geraha UNESA, Student Activity Center, Jogging Track, Equestrian Field, International Basketball Arena, Student Activity Units, Art Development, Character and Personality Building, Sports, outdoor activities.
UNESA, 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 UNESA,
UNESA.
UNESA, satu langkah di depan.
Turning point usually occur in many periods of life. Just like students who are in school, they will have to choose what faculty they want to get in. Some students are lucky to be able to find themselves and follow their dreams, but there are many students that still confused and could figure out themselves on what they want to be.
This place is very suitable for me and everyone else who is interested in engineering. In the normal school, we don't do a workshop, but in here we did it. It's different how you want to be in the future.
College of Industrial Technology, or CIT, is one of the faculties at King Mongkut's University of Technology, North Bangkok, which was established by the economic and academic collaborations between Thai government and German government. In 1980, former Department of Industrial Technology became College of Industrial Technology.
The aim of our college is to prepare our students to be ready both academics and practice to the world of digital transformation so that they can get into the Industry 4.0 promptly.
The main principle of the program that College of Industrial Technology focuses is actual practice using project-based learning applied from the German teaching style. Focusing on practice and industrial experiences truly serves the industrial needs. Nowadays, College of Industrial Technology organizes 3 levels of education: pre-engineering technical certificate programs, undergraduate programs, and graduate programs. Pre-engineering certificate programs consist of electrical and electronics, mechanical and civil program in Thai and English. For undergraduate programs, there are 19 programs organized by 8 departments. 13 programs of 4-year undergraduate programs include 12 programs in Bachelor of Engineering, plus 1 in Bachelor of Science, 6 programs of 2 to 3 years for Bachelor of Industrial Technology. Lastly, graduate programs. College of Industrial Technology provides 10 programs for Master of Engineering, 2 programs for Master of Science, 1 for Doctorate degree of Engineering, and 1 for Doctorate degree of Philosophy.
Our college also provides engineering programs for high school students in order to prepare them before pursuing another education in engineering and technology.
During the digital transformation era, CIT knowledge and experience transfer from well-known professors who specialize in various engineering fields and have strong background with the industries to ensure high benefits and education quality for the students. Besides, modern tools and equipment are provided throughout the courses. With a strong commitment to the students and the society, College of Industrial Technology produces qualified and competent graduates to serve various public and industrial sectors. CIT has organized many activities in order to prepare the students to become professional engineers with morality and ethics. College of Industrial Technology will keep our visions, producing specialized graduates, integrating technology, creating innovation, and moving toward international standard.
A campus from the best city in Indonesia, a city with a long history of struggle and heroism. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Surabaya, a university with superior accreditation. Founded in 1964 as a teaching institute for education under the name ICEI Surabaya, to be an educational institution that carries the mandate as university that produces educators. Currently, UNESA, established as a center for education development, preservation of traditional arts, sports science, and inclusive services for people with disabilities. Growing to be a leading university, UNESA now manages 7 faculties consisting of 64 undergraduate study programs, 10 vocational programs, and 31 postgraduate study programs. The main campus is located in Lidawetan, Surabaya with 7 main buildings. They are Rectorate Building, Board of Learning Development and Quality Assurance Building, and 3 faculty buildings including Faculty of Science Education, Faculty of Language and Art, Faculty of Sports Science, as well as postgraduate programs. And here is the oldest campus, Ketintang area. There are 4 faculty buildings and 1 vocational program building that includes Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Social Sciences and Law, and vocational programs. Managing the fields of study, education-based and non-educational study programs, UNESA is committed to improving the quality of education, fostering scientific traditions in research, promoting the spirit of community service, collaborating with stakeholders, and performing excellent, transparent, and accountable services. Reaching independent autonomic higher studies, welcoming the next step of UNESA as a legal entity higher education institution.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang UNESA. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Education is not only the key of our existence, but also the spirit of struggle of UNESA. Becoming one of the campuses that organize teacher professional education programs that produce professional educators, UNESA is committed to organizing various empowerment programs as a stimulus to develop faculty members and students, research development, and innovative product as the solution to problems in the society. UNESA, House of the Champions. A supportive ecosystem in producing competitive and well-qualified human resources with global perspective to compete on both national and international levels. In order to create a healthy learning ecosystem, UNESA continue to provide the best service with various quality facilities, national or international scale in the field of education, science, and sports. UNESA continuously commit to provide an outstanding service and friendly for people with disabilities. Supported with adequate facilities and infrastructure, a competitive environment, and a continuously moving to create a conservation campus. Futsal International Sports Arena, Container Students Dormitory, Sports Center, Language Center, Geraha UNESA, Student Activity Center, Jogging Track, Equestrian Field, International Basketball Arena, Student Activity Units, Art Development, Character and Personality Building, Sports, Outdoor Activities.
UNESA, 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 UNESA,
UNESA.
UNESA, satu langkah di depan.
Each person turning point usually occur in many periods of life. Just like students who are in school, they will have to choose what faculty they want to get in. Some students are lucky to be able to find themselves and follow their dreams, but there are many students that still confused and could figure out themselves on what they want to be.
This place is very suitable for me and everyone else who is interested in engineering. In the normal school, we don't do a workshop, but in here we did it. It's different how you want to be in the future.
College of Industrial Technology, or CIT, is one of the faculties at King Mongkut's University of Technology, North Bangkok, which was established by the economic and academic collaborations between Thai government and German government. In 1980, former Department of Industrial Technology became College of Industrial Technology.
The aim of our college is to prepare our students to be ready both academics and practice to the world of digital transformation so that they can get into the Industry 4.0 promptly.
The main principle of the program that College of Industrial Technology focuses is actual practice using project-based learning applied from the German teaching style. Focusing on practice and industrial experiences truly serves the industrial needs. Nowadays, College of Industrial Technology organizes 3 levels of education: pre-engineering technical certificate programs, undergraduate programs, and graduate programs. Pre-engineering certificate programs consist of electrical and electronics, mechanical and civil program in Thai and English. For undergraduate programs, there are 19 programs organized by 8 departments. 13 programs of 4-year undergraduate programs include 12 programs in Bachelor of Engineering, plus 1 in Bachelor of Science, 6 programs of 2 to 3 years for Bachelor of Industrial Technology. Lastly, graduate programs. College of Industrial Technology provides 10 programs for Master of Engineering, 2 programs for Master of Science, 1 for Doctorate Degree of Engineering, and 1 for Doctorate Degree of Philosophy.
Our college also provides engineering programs for high school students in order to prepare them before pursuing another education in engineering and technology.
During the digital transformation era, CIT knowledge and experience transfer from well-known professors who specialize in various engineering fields and have strong background with the industries to ensure high benefits and education quality for the students. Besides, modern tools and equipment are provided throughout the courses. With a strong commitment to the students and the society, College of Industrial Technology produces qualified and competent graduates to serve various public and industrial sectors. CIT has organized many activities in order to prepare the students to become professional engineers with morality and ethics. College of Industrial Technology will keep our visions, producing specialized graduates, integrating technology, creating innovation, and moving toward international standard.
A campus from the best city in Indonesia, a city with a long history of struggle and heroism. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Surabaya, a university with superior accreditation. Founded in 1964 as a teaching institute for education under the name ICEI Surabaya, to be an educational institution that carries the mandate as university that produces educators. Currently, UNESA, established as a center for education development, preservation of traditional arts, sports science, and inclusive services for people with disabilities. Growing to be a leading university, UNESA now manages 7 faculties consisting of 64 undergraduate study programs, 10 vocational programs, and 31 postgraduate study programs. The main campus is located in Lidawetan, Surabaya, with 7 main buildings. They are Rectorate Building, Board of Learning Development and Quality Assurance Building, and 3 faculty buildings including Faculty of Science Education, Faculty of Language and Art, Faculty of Sports Science, as well as postgraduate programs. And here is the oldest campus, Ketintang area. There are 4 faculty buildings and 1 vocational program building that includes Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Social Sciences and Law, and vocational programs. Managing the fields of study, education-based and non-educational study programs, UNESA is committed to improving the quality of education, fostering scientific traditions in research, promoting the spirit of community service, collaborating with stakeholders, and performing excellent, transparent, and accountable services. Reaching independent autonomic higher studies, welcoming the next step of UNESA as a legal entity higher education institution.
Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang UNESA. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam
the technical skill meet the psychometric feasibility aspect. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. So if you have any question, don't hesitate to ask. You can put the question and answer in the chat feature. Thank you to all our presenter or our presenter today. We learned a lot of things about innovative education, including the copyright awareness, something that we found during the pandemic, moral, teaching style, attitude, and so on and so forth. So what we learned together today is very useful and insightful. I hope that it can be practical benefit in the further research. So anyway, thank you very much for attending this session. Enjoy the rest of the day. Or if you still have any, thank you. Roland?
Can we leave the room?
Yes, you can leave the room. Or if you still have any question, you can send the question directly to presenter email. Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good day, everyone.
Well done. Bye-bye.
Everyone. Lola, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can I leave the room? Everything
Yes,
is
of
okay?
course. Okay.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Recording in progress.
Dear participants who are still in the main room, thank you very much. I think you have already finished your parallel session, and since we've already closed this conference, so you can leave the Zoom meeting. Thank you very much for your participation, and I hope you enjoy today's conference.